Judith, who will be the person to conduct the next table.
Bom, aqui estou longe de todo mundo, eu vou tirar. Depois eu coloco de volta. Ai, já começou ontem. Hoje de manhã acordei super ruim. E aí, mas agora estou aqui. Agora estou bem. Sure. Okay, after the debate. Yeah, or after the talks, before the debate. That would be great. Yeah, okay, I think that's better. Okay. I don't know. You have to ask Glacia. I know. So we need to take the pictures now, you think? No, I don't know. I don't think we are doing it. Okay. Bom, boa tarde a todos.
Hello, good evening, everybody. You are all very welcome to this afternoon session of the last day of our São Paulo meeting. We'll have the last session now before the closure of this event that will be on climate change and its impact on urban areas. And we are going to have here with us Professor Gui Brasser, Dr. Nito Catabian, and Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade. There will be 3 lectures and then a debate that will end at 4 because Guy needs to leave for the airport, to the airport, okay?
So I will present Guy. He has been presented before and everybody knows him very well. But I'm doing my formal role here. So Guy Brasser is a project leader and former director of the Max Planck Institute for Metrology in Hamburg, in Germany, and he's a distinguished scholar at the National Center of Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, in the US. And he is the former chair of the World Climate Research Program. I also would like to add that Guy is the founder of the original first Klimapolis, the binational one, the German-Brazilian Klimapolis, funded by the German Ministry for Science and Education, which is also sponsoring this event or is a host of this event. And it's the closing event of this first project because it will end this year. So Guy, please, we will have you for your talk now. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. I would like to talk a bit about the efforts that some countries in the world, but many of them now, are developing to basically establish this important connection between the science and the stakeholders, the people who need information. And this is what we call climate services. Now, you know, in all my career, I've been doing a lot of research, and then at one point, I was asked to be the director of a climate service. This was one of the first climate services that existed, and frankly, we know exactly what to do. It was probably the hardest job that I ever had, because we know how to talk as scientists, how we talk to other scientists, but once you have to talk to industry, to government, to cities, to citizens, and you have to use the science that they usually judge to be important but not very useful for them, you don't know exactly how you have to communicate. And so it's a big, challenging thing to do. Now, would that work? Okay, so what is a climate service? Well, there are different definitions. I will show you 6 of them. The National Research Council, already in 2001, said it's the timely production and delivery of useful climate data and knowledge to decision makers. That's an early definition. That is really a definition that is a one-way transfer of information. And that has evolved very much, of course, as a function of time. So the WMO has a global framework for climate services, and then the definition is climate information provided in a way that assists decision-making by individual or organization, requires appropriate engagement along with an effective access mechanism, and must respond to users' needs. So there is already this idea that you need a response, you need a two-way interaction. Later on, the climate services, we kind of created a climate service partnership, and the definition is production, translation, transfer, and use of climate knowledge and information in climate-informed decision-making and climate-smart policy and planning. Other definition, and for example, user-driven development and provision of knowledge for understanding the climate change and its impact, as well as guidance to its use to researcher. So that's now a bit both way, and decision makers in policy and business. So the word policy shows up, the word business shows up. And then the European Commission also had a definition. So essentially, to summarize that, it's a mechanism to provide climate information to help individual and organization to make climate smart decisions. And that has a lot of requirements to do that. Number one, you have to understand the demand side. You know, when we want to advise a company, a corporation, do we really understand what the needs of that company or that corporation are? We're coming with this naive idea that climate change is very, very important. And they will say, well, for us, it's 1 out of 100 risks that our corporation is facing. And what is new is that it's an additional risk that up to now we did not really consider, but now we're going to add it to the list. Then we have to bridge the gap between climate science and sector expertise. We know the climate science, we do not know the sector expertise. And maybe in the discussion, I'll give you some experiences that we had to talk to a number of corporations. Co-producing climate services to address end users' climate service needs. That means that basically the service that we provide should not be just prepared, produced by the scientists, but it has to be produced together, jointly, with the people who receive the service, because they have their constraint and they have their way of thinking. Communicate to reach the last mile, okay? And when we are producing this, we have to monitor and evaluate. And sometimes it's not so easy because corporations do not want, for example, corporations do not want that you find out how they operate. because they have competition and they are pretty close and they do not want you to enter too much in their business. So we can summarize all that by this picture. So you see the climate scientists provide information, provide monitoring, they provide research, they provide modeling, they do projection or prediction, so that we have the capability of having a climate service information system. For example, ECMWF, the European Center for Middle Range Weather Forecast, they have this Copernicus project that builds a big information system. It's not really a service. It is, they call it service, but it is essentially a big database, a big computer with a lot of data, and the data is being probably adapted a little bit so that it can be used. But the challenge is to build a user interface platform. Make sure that the data doesn't remain in the computer forever, but that the data be tailored to the needs of the demand of the people who need information, of the users. And that's, of course, very important. And you see that all the arrows that are here are in fact going in two directions. So a few years ago, I wrote a paper with a colleague in Chile, Laura Gallardo, about what we call the chain of climate services. Because the climate services can appear in a very different way. They can be international or national and provide data on a relatively large scale. They can be more national in terms of service, provide the country, the government, the big corporations, some information, and they can be regional. And when I say regional, that's also local, so that they go directly to users at the local scale. And then in this case, you see on the other side, the customers. Customers, if you take the international or national climate data providers, these are national climate service, international organization, multinational corporation who wants to have a broad perspective on how climate will be changing. If you go to more national climate services, like for example, the one that I was directing for Germany, then the National Climate Service provide information to more regional climate service for them to get the background. They talk to the national government or the federal government. They talk to professional organizations, they talk to consulting firms, and they talk to non-government organizations, the NGOs. Finally, we have more local approaches and regional climate services. They really talk to the end users, to small enterprise, to state government, and very important, to municipalities, to the cities, to the neighborhoods. And then you can see what the products are. They are different depending on what you have. So when you talk at a broad scale, you provide observational data, you provide global model projection, maybe global sectoral information. Once you go to the national service, you try to get tailored information that is really tailored to the national need and the national relevance. You try to do regional projection. I mean, if you provide information for Brazil, you want to project more or less what's happening in northern Brazil, in the Amazon, in southern Brazil, maybe at other location. And these are information that are very useful for mitigation and adaptation. But if you are at the urban level or the regional level, then you can provide all what I just mentioned, but you also want to provide advice on good practice, customize mitigation and adaptation measure to the customer. So you have to tell the customer what he or she should do. And then you should develop solution, and you should do a lot of effort of education, discussion, and basically try to bring all these people together. So let me finish with a number of challenges. And I listed here 4. The first one is the insufficient awareness by some societal actors of their vulnerability to future climate change. You know, it was very interesting to see that when we talk to a corporation, they say, yeah, climate is very important, but luckily, we are not concerned too much because we know that nothing will happen to us. You know, our business is not sensitive to climate. Then we say, what if the law changes and the rules or the law that the government might decide, oh, yeah, that would be terrible. That would. So you are involved and you are vulnerable to action that are taken. The second challenge is the lack of relevant and timely product and services that we as a community service we can offer. You know, very often we cannot answer the question from corporation or government, and they cannot do anything with the services that we're offering. So there is a lack of adequacy between what we produce and what they need. So we have to discuss this. Number 3 is the inappropriate format in which the information is provided. I mean, we can send them files, but they cannot read them. So there is, I mean, just to take a kind of an example, but the question, the units, the type of information they have is not really what they need. And then finally is the inadequate business model adopted by the climate services. What does it mean? Well, very often we are a governmental or a public service organization. Public service has rules to operate. Business has different rules to operate. And it doesn't necessarily match. Give you an example. An insurance comes to us and say, or reinsurance comes to us and say, I'm going to give you $15,000, but I need the answer next week. I mean, whoa. I have to go to my administration. I have to send an early warning form. You have to write a contract. So it'll take probably 3 months before we can start working for you. Goodbye. We're going to go somewhere else, and in particular, to small private climate services that have essentially flexibility, efficiency, but do not necessarily have the knowledge and the capability of answering well some of the questions. And finally, if I have 1 more minute, I'd like to say that, you know, we as scientists, we are very interested by providing accurate, reliable, trustable information. But that's not necessarily what the customer needs or wants. And I'll give you an example. One day I was talking to the president of the state of Saxon in Germany. And he asked me, he said, what is the temperature in my state going to be in 2050? I said, well, let me see, Well, it's 2 ± 1 degree. So it's going to be between 1 and 3. He said, whoa. Is it 1 or 2 or 3, or what is it? I said, well, I don't know. It's most likely to be around 2, but it could also be 1 and it could be 3. I said, I don't need this answer. So please be serious. Give me an answer. I said, but I have to tell you that a value is always an error, a statistical variance and everything. But he said, you know, I don't care so much if you give me an accurate answer. What I want is an answer. And in fact, I want an answer by an organization that has a reputation. That's good enough for me. It can be wrong, I don't care, but I have to go to my parliament and say, according to the climate service, in 2050, the temperature increase will be 2 degrees. And based on that number, which might be wrong, I will start to build my plan to address the problem of climate change in my state. And if you come in 1 year and you say, no, it's not 2 degrees, it's 5 degrees, doesn't matter, I'll just change my plan accordingly. It's just like when a government does a budget, they call, in Europe, OECD, which is the Organization of Economic Development, they say, what is the growth going to be, the GDP growth in my country? And they give a number. And they use this number to build their budget. And 6 months later, the number was wrong, so they have to adjust the budget. So they work in a very different way. And I could tell you things about the private sector. I'm not going to do it now, but it shows you that it's a complete new approach for us scientists, that we have to learn how it is, and we have to work with the people involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy. So now I'd like to call Dr. Nico Caltabiano for his talk. Nico is graduated in oceanography and also has a PhD in oceanography from the University of Southampton in the UK. And nowadays he works at the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, at the World Weather Research Program, WWRP. And previously he worked at WCRP, also WMO, and as a project manager at the Max Planck Institute for Metrology in Hamburg in Germany. And more specifically, Nico was our first project manager of the initial binational German-Brazilian Climapolis, working together with Guy at Max Planck to manage the project. And then I don't know, in 2021, Nico got a position at the WMO and unfortunately left us. But nowadays, we are very happy also with Diego, of course. So Nico, please.
Ok, em primeiro lugar, vou pedir. É um prazer estar aqui. Agradeço bastante.
Okay, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Suditi, Fatima, Ana, and Rita, for inviting me and having this opportunity to come here and see many of my colleagues. And meet many of my colleagues.
That's going to be better. That's okay? Perfect.
Acho que vai ser melhor com esse microfone.
E eu vou pedir desculpas então para meus colegas.
And sorry to my Brazilian colleagues, because the last time I tried to make a lecture in Portuguese with the slides in English, it was not nice. So,
if I may. So I'm going to talk more about the role of the international coordination, the value cycle of research to services. And I'm going to explain a little bit more in terms of what do we mean by this value cycle, because that is the important part, and that's something that WMO does a lot. So I'll start with the mandate of WMO as the World Meteorological Organization, which serves as, we serve the members, our members, the countries, and they are mainly the hydrometeorological national services, like the INAMET here in Brazil is the representative of WMO, of Brazil in WMO, but basically we serve the members, which are the countries. And then we facilitate this cooperation that brings services to members, but through data, information products, standardization, and I'm going to show a few documents that are maybe important, application research and training. So capacity development is also very important. And then similar to something that he showed in terms of the infrastructure part, which is very important in collecting data from countries, then providing the the operational part in terms of the modeling, the predictions, which will provide better services. And that the outcome is the societal benefit and economic value. That's something that WMO is the core mandate of WMO. But we cannot forget that is through user engagement. And that's something that we are basically trying to change more and more, particularly from the research side, which we didn't have much of this engagement with the end user. So before I go full blown on Cristiano, and then I'm going to make a suggestion to for the next workshop, is that we started with a good vibe, with how we can change things, how we are doing things, and then we end up with Cristiano being all negative, and Nico is going to be negative as well. So next time we start. We are on the first day, everybody goes, have a drink afterwards, and then we start with a good vibe, with things that are going to change. Transformation, participatory transformation, then we change things, right? So WMO provides every year the global annual to decadal climate update. So we provide the chances for how the predictions for the next 5 years, how the global temperature is likely to be. So last year to 2023, WMO provided the likelihood for we exceed the 1.5 degrees in the next 5 years, 23 to 27. The chances were 66% that at least in one of those years, we would reach this threshold of 1.5. This year, 2024, and we didn't reach last year, it was 1.48. This year, WMO issued this new global annual to decadal update, which is valid for the 2024-2028, 5 years, right? The chance for, in these 5 years, one of those years reach the 1.5, increased 80%. The first year, we already reached it. So Copernicus issued yesterday the current average. So we are on track. This is not final. We haven't finished the year yet, but we are on track to exceed 1.5 for the first time in our lifetime. Things may get worse, but who knows? So based on that, we are in a trajectory that is very dangerous, as Cristiano was saying, and things that we discussed here during the whole week. So based on that, we need to try to reduce risk. So we have global changes, but the impacts are local. So our mission is try to reduce the risk, and we have to understand that the risk is this composition of the hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. Sometimes the hazard, we cannot do anything. There's rain, there is sea level, but then we need to try to reduce the vulnerability of that place by having better predictions. We have to try to reduce exposure by doing some adaptation. So our mission is try to reduce the risk. And that is one of the fundamental initiatives of the UN. So 2 years ago, the UN issued or started this Early Warnings for All initiative, which is one of the main missions today in WMO as a partner of this initiative in the UN. So the UN Secretary General mentioned this: all people on Earth must be protected by early warning systems within 5 years. Some people may say we are not going to accomplish this, but we are trying. And together with the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, with the International Federation of Red Cross, the International Telecommunication Union, we have those 4 pillars here. And WMO is responsible for pillar 2, which is the dark blue box on detection, observation, monitoring, analysis, and forecast of hazards. And this is the main mission of WMO. But we work with all the others to try to understand the risk of disasters, prepare the responses, and disseminate and communicate those risks. So this is very important that within WMO, we try to address from the research service side. So the warning systems has, we can construct that as a part of a value cycle. And then the value cycle of this, the early warning system is the composition of all those pillars to try to understand how they are connected, from the preparedness for the understanding of the hazards, and how in the very end to communicate. And that's the approach that we use in the World Weather Research Program, where we have the observational part until the end users. We try to flip the research, not from what we natural scientists mainly understand about the system, their system, but what is needed to the end user. And from that perspective, do the research, the necessary research for that. And that is the mainly understanding of this value cycle research to services, right? And then the understanding of these valleys of death. If you trying to see these mountains, for someone who is living in Switzerland, mountains is everything for the Swiss. We have these mountains where they represent here all these components from the research, from the infrastructure to the decision making. And it's not something that goes from left to right, where you start with observations until you reach decision. No, it is a cycle where co-production is very important, as Martin was mentioning, the CO3, right? The co of design, production, and the other one, co-research. So the bridges there, they represent this connection of those components, which are very important to make those connections and not forget that there is a bridge behind you that needs to be crossed from time to time. So this is just a figure that to understand that we have issues, and value of deaths is a very economic term where you see, if we didn't have the bridge, we would take more time to reach the other side of them or the other mountain. So the connection of those components would be more difficult. So I will now show a few of things that within WMO we are trying to do. WMO has approved this vision and strategy on hydrology, where there are 8 ambitions. One of them is no one is surprised by a flood. So from the research part until the services, through education and training, we are trying to reduce flood risk where nobody is going to be surprised. And that comes from the actions in local governments, but also from understanding of the population as well. Because I don't want to leave my house. I'm going to lose my house. So I want to stay here. You cannot guarantee that the water is going to reach me. But guess what? If you don't leave, you are going to. So that communication is very important. So that QR code will bring you to several documents within the WMO library. And those who are going to maybe access the PowerPoint later, I have the URL at the end there. But you have guidelines. WMO developed those guidelines, as I mentioned at the very beginning, the standardization of practice, of data, of operations. So we have, for example, guidelines for conducting and reporting on the verification and calibration of discharge measurement instruments. So all those is very important in the terms of all those activities that WMO does. And the same for good practice in integrated urban services, that there is an expert team that is coordinating together, working very together with WWP, the World Weather Research Program, but the Global Atmosphere Watch from the research side. So WMO produced several of those documents that are important to for the community, for the users, for the countries. So I have 3 slides, but I'm going to show very quickly. Like I said during the presentation, the previous panel, it is a very important thing within WMO, and we do have this joint office between WMO and the World Health Organization on heat stress, and all the plans that exist or sometimes doesn't exist for countries to have a common framework for heat action. So just numbers here, only 54% of countries have heat warning systems. So it is important for countries to take into consideration that heat kills. and is the highest killer or the most effective killer in climate disasters that we can find. And only 24 countries have heat action plans. So it's something that it is important to keep in mind and develop those things and have this as an important aspect for countries and cities for sure. So a little bit of advertisement of the activities or the programs that exist within the Science and Innovation Department of WMO. In terms of urban activities, mainly the Global Atmosphere Watch program and the World Weather Research Program have activities in urban areas. The World Climate Research Program on the climate aspect, also it is important, but in many cases, it transfers the services or the information to services and other parts of WMO, mainly because of the resolution of models that we still are not there, that are useful for cities in that case. So in the Global Atmosphere Watch, we have this Urban Research Methodology and Environment project, GURME. Any questions, ask Fatima, because she's co-chair of this group. So you're probably going to talk a little bit more about that. But basically, GURME provides research on atmospheric chemistry and air quality. And within the World Weather Research Program, we have three. We just approved our science and implementation plan for the next 5 years. And we have 5 new projects, and I'm going to mention 4 of them here, which are relevant for urban areas. One of them being the Urban Predict project to create safer and sustainable cities. So we are going to try to connect with stakeholders in different aspects, different communities. All those projects do have natural scientists, but also social scientists and practitioners, because that's what I said. We flipped the way we are thinking of the research. From the perspective of users, we are going to develop the value chain for those services. And I'm mentioning, this is going to be very fast, just for you guys to know what, and I'll mention ways to get involved, perhaps in the near future. Another one, which is very relevant, is this integrated prediction of precipitation and hydrology for early actions. As you can see, there are a lot of acronyms. And when I started in science coordination 20 years ago, I wanted to kill who invented acronyms because they are a nightmare. But we'll have to live with those. But so IMPRA is one activity that we focus on short time scales, floods mainly, but not only how much rain happens, but also the integration with hydrology. That is important in predictions, but also with hydrological modeling. So this is very important to understand the effect of the water cycle as well. The next one is called People. It's a beautiful name because it's about people, but it means progressing early warning for oriented to partnerships and local engagement. So this is the communication, how you understand, how you perceive the risk, and how you're going to make changes. So this is a very important part where, as I said, we are not used to do that. It's a very new approach, particularly for the World Weather Research Program, where we are trying to really engage with communities that we are not used to. Communication is the language. That's where I learned a lot in Climapolis. Since the beginning, different languages, but we were open-minded to trying to understand each other. So Climapolis helped me a lot with in engaging with those groups. And the final one, there's a 5th one, which is about polar activities. We don't have cities in Antarctica, right? So I'm not going to mention much of that. But another one that may be of interest is this subseasonal applications for agriculture and environment. And environment there meaning agriculture, water resource, health, and renewable energy. So as I mentioned in the previous one, the subseasonal timescale is of importance for many aspects in terms of water resources, health, agriculture. Farmers are not interested in what's going to happen in 100 years. They want to know what's going to happen in a few weeks, if they need to use irrigation, if they need to, how they plant their crops. And last week, there was this G20 here in Belém. We have this ministerial declaration on disaster risk reduction. So governments realize the importance of having this, that disaster risk reduction is very important. And I'll leave with this message from Professor Celeste Saulo. She's on the picture there, the new WMO Secretary General. She just started this year, where WMO stands ready to support. We are there to serve countries, to serve the communities. But it's not only through our action. We are there to serve, but the time is now. We are in a climate emergency. We have to act now. And that starts from governments, starts from the local authorities, starts from the academia, it starts from all the stakeholders that are going to be involved. So I will stop here. I'd like just to mention that in all those WWRP projects, the World Weather Research project, they have their project plans approved already. They have a steering groups, and they are going through the implementation now in developing task teams, working groups. So keep track of those activities. If you need, send me an email. Go to the WWRP website. If you Google WWRP WMO, you are going to hit there, because there will be calls for members, for people to nominate themselves to be part of groups in all those that I mentioned: people, IMPRA, SAGE, and Urban. So we would like to have more and more of you colleagues here in Brazil and from elsewhere. That would be very important for us. So I'll stop here. Here's my email for those who want to get in touch, and I'll be here until the end of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nico. So our last but prominent also speaker is Professora Maria de Fátima Andrade from the Department of Atmospheric Sciences of IAG USP, who will also talk about the link of urban climate and services.
Thank you, Judith. Well, I will speak in Portuguese. Okay, I think it will be easier. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Obrigada.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us in this last day and having so many people participating. I would speak. The combination was fine because the scale was from larger to smaller and bringing to the context of the WMO. And I'm going to speak more about some applications. And I brought some examples of what we've been trying to bring with some of the information and how we try to do the interaction not only in the academia, but with the public in general, and focusing on the urban area aspect, because Professor Gui and Nico were talking about something that is more regional, more global. And this summary is not exactly a summary, what I'm going to say, but I thought on what would be important, and some things I listed because we have the conscious that we can divide and transform into services. So how to communicate, and then the air contamination, climate change relationship to the air, and thinking about the NGOs that have easier communication with the society, and the importance of having international organizations that create consensus and base the information and what we have more locally. And as we talked earlier I am chair of Gourmet, which is the Global Atmospheric Watch of WMO for urban matters for 1 month now. And the idea is to understand all the acronyms that are a lot. But this Global Atmospheric Watch, when we get to the link, we see that there's a lot of information for the whole world, even air contamination data, networks that are consolidated. We have a lot of information, a lot of material, and a lot of interpretation. And what I believe is that we have a perspective of having someone, this is our main motivation, from South America to take some of the issues that we have. So anticipating, and I'm going to talk about what we discussed here and with participation of everyone, because one aspect that is important, and if you have any other suggestions, of course, in our community, emissions in South America, and other thing is the that is added here, which is that related to education and dissemination. As the WHO don't have resources for us to proposal of a project, and we don't have that possibility. But it helps organize and bring things that have different specialties to organize. And I noticed that we have some local things that can be used. For example, FAPESP has some summer schools. One of the things that I believe we can add is the summer school that can bring researchers from other places for Sao Paulo, to Sao Paulo. And this would be some other way of helping with OMM, the WMO, with this strategy. We have two things that are in our agenda, and we're going to discuss with all, which is the talk with these emissions for South America and training, education, and spreading. That comes together with integration of these urban services. And this is the kind of information that is going to work for other groups. And which is the spirit of having this information chain for urban services, as we have knowledge on observation, and Climapolis has the advantage of coming with how we have data, and presently with platforms and a lot of nice works gathering this information of it's important to include not only articles, and some of the production that we have is a thesis and dissertation, and it doesn't transform into an article, but if we add what we have of data and is in a master's or in a doctorate in the accessible database, it's something that is it's a lot of work, but it's interesting to add into our database the information. We have a modeling situation, and we showed all the organization of the information. And this is something important that can be compared with other countries from South America that have the modeling issue, and is going to share a database that is very relevant for education and dissemination. What I'm going to share now is other examples. That is how this collaboration is important and why we're here with aims to broaden collaboration and the research group. What we have as a goal is always public health protection, ecosystems, and creating environments that are more sustainable. In this sense, we are always thinking you have general, not only contamination of the air, but cleaner with more water, joint efforts to try to protect health and quality of life. Education and public policies are very important that we have more difficulty to conduct. This is something, I don't know if the language, but we try more and more, and we conclude that we are in the strategy that is not working and is a long-term thing. Thinking about the strategies, which are the learnings, so this construction, which construction, because we hear which construction is more of a collaboration, dialogue, when we speak to each other, when we talk, and people feel involved, they can express and feel heard, so they can have other opinions as well, and they feel better. I have the picture of the website because this is a bit, people is fast. What we talked on in our visit on Wednesday, Secretary of Planning, and showing this collaboration that has been happening in long term and is helping with structuring of the spirit of hydric resources. Other picture
também é uma discussão que é a questão da ciência para essa preparação de cidades
and the science for preparation of more resilient cities in this philosophy of preparation for the extreme events. And then I looked for former examples. We have a calling in FAPESP thinking about more locally on public policies. This was in 2004. We had a project, and the goal of FAPESP continues the same. Necessarily is done together with the public organism, and in this case was CETESP. It resulted in a collaboration, but not in large products that I can say in terms of quantitative terms. It was the beginning of collaboration that was more qualitative. Some calls, they're very specific, and they look for this gathering of the knowledge that we have in the cities that solve the problem. A lot was done in the hydric, and the FAPESP was turned to the cities, more turned to traffic and contamination of the air and social qualities. We had an impact and users of bikes, and this collaboration was international, and this methodologies was structured together with the transport in the lines. If we compared subway and even bicycles, and we worked in collaboration of Tiago Nogueira, who is here. It ended up being an article, and at the same time, I know we cannot read here, but it was a gathering in the Secretary of Planning. And what was the goal? The goal was to which conclusions were taken from these works in the sense of diminishing the exposition and in the sense of the philosophy of transport orientation, for you to lead the public policy in terms of improving transportation. So it's this kind of example. I'm going to bring another one. This paper that was coordinated by Regina Miranda, I don't know if she's here. It was together with an office, an agency, and what was added is that a child in this age, they're going to have around 95 centimeters. And how can they experience the city if they have this height? Because it's a child height. And the idea was to see the quality of the air for preschool children. Some samples that we did together with schools here in Sao Paulo, and then we have some things related to what Luana conducted the experiment. It's entered her master's and indoor experiments. The highlight here is that are highlights in school, but other peripheral. And we have here the data, and we are conducting another project that within the schools, we have a sensor to measure PMs, and together with this is together with Regina's and Professor Suna, and this is a school in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And the idea is that this observation of the concentrations within the environment that children can see can add more curiosity, even the CO2 variation. And here we see the ventilation. It calls attention to be within the classroom. Other example is these guides, which are guides that were done starting from information that was on exposition of children, the population in general, in this case children, preparing a guide. Professor Thiago is here, and the University of Sully, how to prevent exposition of children to contamination, and within the kitchens, what would be interesting to do to prevent exposition of high concentrations in indoor environment. And this is what's related to guides that are more related to population. To end as the summary, what I think is that in this sense of science, and we have a high perspective of a work. We have to work, and what be more complicated is to transform in how to speak. Maybe we have a lot of text and a lot of things written, and let's transform this into information that can be more better assimilated and collaborative. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Last but not least, I forgot to mention something when I introduced Fatima, because Fatima is our general coordinator of INCT Climapolis, which is, of course, I should have mentioned before, but I guess everybody who's present already knows that, but it should be mentioned. So also, I would like to draw attention to our new website. It was already presented at the end of our session on the launch of our Climapolis platform, but I'm very grateful to Fatima that she remembered to put the link here again so that everybody knows where you can find information on us, about us. And there's also already information of our present event on that site, more information about the subnetworks and people involved. And also on that website, you can find a link to join Climapolis. It's a little form with a few contact informations about you, and where you can also inform what are the subnetworks and transversal activities access that we have that are of your interest, and about which you would like to get information and invitations to events. Okay, so I forgot something. No, I know it's actually the right time now. I wanted to give you 2 minutes, okay, to announce something. Okay.
What's the name of the? right here, perhaps an image.
Oh,
That's the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then next here.
Which
just
one?
here. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry for interruption. That was an unplanned announcement. Yes. Sure. My name is Dr. Mariam Imani, and you have seen me in the last 3-4 days here. I'm an associate professor of water systems engineering at Anglia Ruskin University in the UK. I asked for a couple of minutes to share an announcement and kindly provided. What I'm going to share with you is a working group that we have formed in the last, I would say, 6-7 months. We are relatively newish. It's an International Water Association working group. It's called Water Sensitive Design and Planning, BRUKIND, which stands for Brazil, UK, India, that the collaboration started. And as you can see, these are the committee members of this working group on this platform. That Renato and obviously Anna are the members of that. When the event came up, they kindly invited us to join this fabulous network. We learned a lot. We listened to you and we learned a lot. The working group has 3 main missions, or builds on 3 main pillars. We are looking for focusing on knowledge exchange and best practices in exchange of for water sensitive design and planning, which sits very nicely on the urban adaptation or climate adaptation, the subject of the last 2-3 days. Capacity building in the form of education, training, and scholarly exchanges that we have done that in the past few months, as well as obviously maximizing collaboration between global north and south, as well as south and south, which currently is happening between Brazil and India. We have done around the last 6 years. This has been pretty much something we have been practicing until we formed this official group. So the point of this announcement is that we are a multidisciplinary team. It's not just engineers. We have social scientists, urban town planners, and we would like to welcome any other disciplines, academics and practitioners, to join us on this platform. As you know, International Water Association is a hub for wide range of people from various backgrounds and disciplines, not just academics, practitioners, local authorities, etc., etc. So I would like to encourage you, if you would like to consider to join the group, you need to become an IW member. There is a discount for student members, also from Global South, I believe. So we would like to welcome you to join, if you're not an IW member, to join the IW and then join this working group. Bring your knowledge and expertise to maximize the potential of this fabulous collaboration. And particularly, I would like to encourage students, PhD students, to come along and join us in this journey. I'm around. If you had any questions, please let me know. Thank you very much. And sorry for the
Excellent, thank you. So I would like to ask Guy Brasseur and Nico Caltabiano to join Fatima Andrade at the table so we can start our debate. So we have a good time to ask questions to our presenters. Oh, the mobile microphone is with Diego. Okay. So if you have questions, you just raise your hand and Ilan will take the microphone to you. And then following the lead of the cameraman, it's good if you can stand up when you ask your questions so you can be better seen online in the video that is being transmitted. Okay, so we heard 3 excellent presentations, mostly with regard to the topic of climate services. And I would like to open to questions from the public about it. Rita.
Obrigada a todos pelas apresentações, sempre muito
Thank you all
esclarecedoras.
for the presentations. Nico, I would like to ask you, how can we close this session in an optimistic way? Because when we are teaching climate change, we see that our students are already not very hopeful about it. So what is the message maybe we can bring to them so they can become a little bit more hopeful about it?
Tempo dá para fazer individual.
Cristiano, como é que foi a resposta que você deu?
Cristiano, what was the answer you gave to it?
Eu acho que existe uma realidade que a gente
I
não
think
pode
there is
fugir
a
dessa realidade.
reality, we cannot run away from it.
É sério.
The moment
Nós
is
estamos
serious. We are,
numa tendência perigosa
we have a dangerous trend in terms of,
em que é a realidade que nós encontramos. Nós estamos monitorando isso, que é a
we are monitoring
Organização
this reality. We
Mundial
have been
das
going through the World Monitoring Organization, this together with partners such as the European Center.
E essa é a realidade que nós temos.
And that is the
Nós estamos
reality
inventando
we have. We are not
medidas para dizer que
inventing measures in order to say that climate
não é
change,
fake news. Aquilo ali
it's
são
not fake
dados.
news. Those are data.
A mensagem otimista
The optimistic message is that
existem
there
ações
are
que são principalmente
actions,
ações locais,
especially
que
local
estão
ones,
tentando mudar, mesmo com tudo
trying
que
to change this, even with everything that goes against it.
tem gente vindo na contramão.
There is
Mas eu
people
acho que
coming on the
mensagem otimista é
opposite
que
side, but I think the
existem ações
optimistic
que são
message is there are many actions
transformativas, como
that are transformative ones,
mencionou
such as
durante o
Martin mentioned during his presentation,
realidade
and who use
fazer
those that use
essa
this
transformação.
reality in order to have
Ou
these
seja,
transformations, to
é mais uma é menos do que ser
to promote this transformation. So it's less than being positive that the things will
vai ficar bem se
be
nós
okay. It will be okay if we do something about it.
porque
The
nós simplesmente temos que aceitar o que
the
vai
fact
acontecer.
that we have to accept what is going to happen or that the world is going to end is it's not like that. We have a dangerous trend, this is true, but the activities, the actions, especially local ones that are taking place, will maybe lead us to adapt. Maybe some mitigation process, né?
Infelizmente.
Unfortunately, we cannot mitigate anymore, but we have to adapt. But yes, we have to keep working,
Principalmente com governos locais,
especially with the local governments, with governments in general, in order to reduce the emissions and to adapt ourselves so the population.
como eu comentei, reduzir o risco para a população. Então é mais uma questão de ser mais realista e
So it's much more about being realistic than a positive message that everything is going to end well. No, we have to work hard. This is the message. And to transform research is not because we like doing research. We are doing research that the end user, né, the end user is our goal. So this research will generate better products.
Dessas pessoas. E aí a nossa colaboração entre a população, a sociedade
civil, products will make life easier. So it's a cooperation with the governments, which is what Climapolis is trying to do. So this would be my takeaway message. Thank you, Nico.
The question of Rita to Guy, or did you ask in English or in Portuguese? I don't remember. Did you understand the question? Okay, good. Okay.
No, I just want to add two things. One, should we be optimistic or pessimistic? I urge you to read a book that was just published by Susan Solomon, my colleague Susan Solomon. The title of the book is Solvable. Solvable. She takes example of earlier environmental crises, acid rain, DDT, ozone, show that in all cases we found a solution. And that following on that, even though it might be more complicated, there is a way out and there is a way to solve the climate crisis. So we should be relatively optimistic and not just be saying, well, it's all lost. The second point I'd like to make is that sustainable development is not a scientific curiosity. It is basically a model of life for us. So it is a political project. It's not a scientific project. It's a political project. It's a decision to go in that direction, to want to organize society around that theme. It, of course, immediately has opponent to that project. In particular, if you're looking for short-term response to investment, you're not really pushing for sustainable development. So it becomes a political debate. And political debate gets solved by the people through elections, through different ways. And so the next generation, which is nervous, has anxiety, they have to choose the leaders that will bring them to a sustainable world if this is what they wish. If they want something else, they should pick up other leaders.
Thank you, Guy.
I think it's me.
Question by Martin now.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that gives me a kind of impromptu answer almost. I mean, one thing is for sure, the planet remains, so there is always hope. Maybe not with us, that's a problem. And the other thing is because you mentioned science as a kind of the model, we have at the moment more kind of many people who do not believe in sciences or do not base their actions on scientific example. That's why I think this fight or this kind of fight is a much larger one than only a kind of a political debate. But this is a kind of very broad question. Actually, I wanted to put another one that comes a little bit from your talk tomorrow, because you saw this picture of Valencia, all the cars in there, and said, "Wow, if you see that, then you know that you have to do something against it." And I thought maybe we are seeing the solution. I mean, the cars disposed in the street, and so, but that's actually all these images, all the diagrams, all the schemes that and the claims we are giving out to communicate with people. They are double-folded. Actually, they're many-folded. They have the interpretation of the one who's looking at them, and they kind of are reduced from all the complexities and the problems that, like in your final two very clean lines, the red and the blue one, that actually shows that the variance goes up. And we need that in an age where most of the information to people goes on TikTok and Twitter, so kind of a highly reduced and isolated without the context. And by thus it travels between different disciplines and others. And so it's like when we are talking about climate services as a way to give this information that is relevant to other people, other disciplines, can you react somehow on how to actually prevent this, that only image travels and the complexity stays behind? Or just the claim of the 1.5 degrees of pre-industrial level has not to be reached, and now we're reaching it, and the world doesn't just explode, it should continues. And it gives for some people the feeling that, okay, so all the scientific talk was somehow a little bit, in another world. Because that is something that I think is very important in terms of like how to challenge or how to tackle the different challenges like you have actually perfectly lined out in your previous talks.
Any more questions? Pérola.
Não é uma pergunta, mas é comentário.
It's not a question, but a comment.
Não é uma pergunta, mas
Not a
comentário.
question, but a quick comment.
Nós estamos aqui nessa
This group who is here, Márcia, Neila, Fátima, sometimes we look at each other and said, don't you feel like crying? So I think at that point, we are really, really hopeless. But like Nico said, we cannot lose hope. And history has shown that sometimes, even in critical moments, we think nothing's going to happen, and then out of a sudden, humanity has like changed in something. So I think we recover our emotions, but the thing that we feel like crying is a fact.
I work at Getúlio Vargas Foundation here in São Paulo, Brazil. Question is for you, Professor Gui, regarding this slide that you presented, the challenges. And if you think that we are improving, as scientists, the communication for society, not just for politicians that you mentioned, you gave this example. Thanks.
So you're asking me if we are improving the communication? Scientists, yeah. You know, it's a difficult issue. There are a lot of scientists who are brilliant but cannot communicate. Or they communicate in a way that the people to whom they talk are not able to understand. And so it's not very useful. And so there are attempts now to try to have scientists learning how to communicate. One solution, which wasn't a good one, is to say, well, there is no hope. Scientists will not be able to communicate, so we're going to have communicators, people who are doing that. The problem is that, yes, they talk, but their credibility is low compared to the credibility of the scientists. You know, if I go to the doctor and the nurse explains me, or maybe a communicator explains me what I have, I prefer the doctor tells directly, right? And so they prefer that the scientists talk to them. So we have to learn to communicate. I think there is no other way than that. And we need to get training for that. And we need the universities to train their people to be able to communicate. Now, communication is not a one-way information. We need to listen also. And we need to accept the fact that the person that is your partnership when you talk doesn't have the same knowledge as you, but has perhaps a different knowledge, and a knowledge that is very useful for you. So to be humble and not just, you know, say, oh, doesn't understand anything. They have other knowledge because they have other experience. So it's an exercise we have to learn to do.
Eu vou falar em português, que eu acho... Perdão.
I will speak Portuguese.
Wants to answer the previous question still?
Não é bem uma resposta mais relacionada com a questão da questão do diálogo.
It's more related when it comes to dialogue, because there is something I think is important, because sometimes when it comes to dialogue, we are really the ideological question, because we do not listen, because the other person disagrees with us. So you do not listen because you create like a barrier for it. So we see very often in these dialogues that the people have a completely different view, and that we do not listen. We think we are having a conversation, actually we are not. So I think it is important listening, even though the idea is completely different. Because if we go with a negation structure of the dialogue, it's complicated. And another thing that may help.
A questão desses desastres.
Martin mentioned the disasters those disasters that have a very strong image, né? And how can the image not sensitize people? The images were really, you know, really, really sad. It's impressive what happened, and many of the things that happened then is because it was not the disaster itself, but there was no preparation. And this concerns us, those that should take initiative, and it was not taking into account in the elections. I think, but do you need a bigger example than that? But I think one of the things that will sensitize is the economical issue, because the economical loss, because these events start being events that really, really mean financial loss, and that this will advertise maybe them better because it will start being a bigger consensus. Thank you, Fatima. Nico?
To address both I agree with Guy that scientists, we need to be trained to communicate, but not everybody, even with training, we are not good communicators. Otherwise, we would be perhaps journalists, or right. So the answer perhaps is to partner with, and perhaps that is engage with the School of Journalism in universities, and how they can also learn to communicate and then it's dialogue. And that's so engage with all those groups and train those groups from journalists and communicators to do that on our behalf. Because to be a science journalist is not everybody understands, because then we get too technical to them, and we can partner with them. So that message is important. So we do need training, absolutely, but we need to partner with professionals who knows how to do that. And just to address what Martin was saying in terms of the messaging, as I mentioned when Guy was giving his talk yesterday, for me, climate change is still an abstract thing for the majority of people. So even as Fatima was saying, if you show the whole of the south of Brazil completely flooded, people somewhere else in Brazil say, oh, look at that, how sad it is, but it's not happening with me. In the world, you see the cycle of news where one day there's a big flood in Africa. It takes one day, and that's it. Because then, it's there in Africa. When it happens in the US, then or in Europe, so it gets, so the message depends on where things are happening and how this translates to informing people that what the impact depends on things that are happening now or our actions. I remember one advertisement, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but here in Brazil, there was an advertisement where I think they were trying to reduce the energy waste, right? It was a focus, the TV would come to a focus to a person in an apartment in probably São Paulo. And then the person in that apartment, they had all the lights on, TV on, aircon, and then I would just pan out a little bit and the person said, it's only me. And then it would start to move, and then it was the neighbor, the whole block of buildings, and then the whole city. And then it was just me, it's just me, it's just me, it's just me. Yes, we take to have personal responsibility, but at the same time, it is a collective way. So how to translate that image of cars everywhere? And people are sad that is happening in Valencia, but it doesn't relate to me because it doesn't happen in my neighborhood. So yeah, exactly. And that is perhaps the message that we have to pass. This is happening there because of those actions, and it may happen here because there's this. But then again, how we scientists communicate that, we need the help of,
Yes, of course.
So yeah, also in reaction to what you said, and I agree that we need images. Now, we need images essentially of extreme events because we cannot show an increase of temperature as a great image. The number of extreme events will increase as a function of time, and so people will see that more and more, but they will see it very late in the process. And so a few points. Sometimes I ask me in 2060 or 70, when we have many of these events, as we predict, what will the generation of that time say about us? And you will hear the politician to say, oh, yeah, but we should have taken measures 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Why didn't they do it? And I think there is something that is linked to human personalities. We have a very hard time to take action for issue that will happen much later in time, or somewhere else than where we live. And so essentially, humanity is not accustomed to mitigate. We don't like to mitigate for a problem that does not exist yet. But on the other hand, humanity has always been able to adapt. Of course, adaptation is painful sometimes. You have to move people. And so, you know, the whole process of the time here is really something that is really bothering me, because, you know, when it's the ozone hole, you had it immediately. And so you got scared. If you had said, in 10 years, we will have an ozone hole, say, wait and see. This is what we are saying. Wait and see. When it happens, it will be too late, because climate change will be irreversible. You have to know that. So just a comment.
Thank you, Gui. So we can now go for the next question. Igor?
Obrigado, pessoal. Primeiro eu queria pedir desculpa por ter atropelado vocês ali.
First,
Não foi
sorry,
intenção.
it was not my intention to ask this, but my question is just to complement what the colleague said. I would like to bring this to the political part.
Já se foi o tempo em que a ciência
The science is not enough anymore, né, to show the things. Now we need to convince people that we have fake news that are generated much faster than the speed that created is to counter-argument the news that were generated, including the climate change. We live in a country, something that we had a negation moment that we had an explosion of influencers, people who came from the academy trying to bring a little bit of this to the society, and we need this, we need to foster this. My biggest doubt about this is how can we scientists now influence, regardless the results of the elections, federal, state, or municipal, the decisions. So the topic of climate change is effectively normalized, because we from the environment, we know if there is no rule for that, that won't be implemented. Nobody will pay attention to it. People difficultly look to the environment they live in. Here in Brazil, it's unfortunately like that. So it's more related to this political perspective. I would like to hear your opinion about it.
Thank you, Igor. Who's next?
Márcia Yamassou.
Well, just another reflection for the discussion, because sometimes it's funny, but it's sad, because what I think about being optimistic, maybe scientists say to the population, governments take action, climate doesn't change, or if extreme events doesn't happen, then deniers came and say, wow, they wasted a lot of money, we didn't need that. So it's a really hard position for scientists, because we need to convince governments. But if we are successful, I agree. That's why I agree with Guy's position. We have to act now, because the first signs are emerging, everybody's suffering, but we have to stop or try to reverse or give better plans for adaptations. If that's the message I try to tell my students when I see they are too negative, or I don't know, because it's called a faca de dois legumes. How can I say that?
It's a two blade, something like that.
The first thing is that we as scientists, we have to stick with the facts, the truth, and we should avoid to become too political in our presentations. You know, I think we're losing credibility if we say things that are not based on evidence, on facts. And this is just my personal view or my political view. But, so we have to be scientists. But we should also realize that the climate question is not a scientific question. It is a question where you have strong interests that are fighting. And that it is what we could call a political question. You have, on the one hand, a number of actors who invest in certain things and want to get money, some from the investment immediately and in a very strong way. They need immediate results. They're not thinking very much about long-term effect, nor on the effect of the next generation. And you have people who raise the fact that we need to really build a society that looks at long-term generation, that take into account also some view from the people and not just from the capital that is invested. And so there is necessarily a debate. The problem is that the scientists are not very accustomed to those debates. You know, it's usually a debate between different politicians. But in this case, our role is really to say, okay, guys, here is what we know from the knowledge. The problem now is that the science itself is being questioned by a number of politicians. So our credibility of science as scientists is going down. And that has been, for example, the case with COVID. You know, COVID at the beginning, we said, we don't know. Gosh, and then we made a mistake, and then we learned something different, etc. I remember I heard, we don't need masks, doesn't help. You'll clear it. So, and then, oh, no, we need masks. So, and then some scientists said, no, this is nothing, etc. And people were dying. And so there is an issue of the credibility of the science, of rationality versus show. Look at what happens in the US for the election. I mean, I'm not saying anything about the direction, but it's the show business that won versus the business or truth or whatever. So society is evolving and changing its value very much about what is good. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we said good is the truth, is rational, is explanation, is the science. The science is, we always believe the science is the truth. But today, that's not the case anymore for many people. The truth is somewhere else. The trouble is that we don't know where it is. And so it's open to anything.
Thank you,
I don't
Guy.
want to be too pessimistic, but
I just want to show you behind you, I was able to find the book you were promoting earlier. Yes. So if you want to leave this, our conference with some positive ideas, buy that book. I'm not getting commissions. But Susan Solomon is also a long year co-editor or author of books we have written together about the middle atmosphere. Yes, also that. Okay, Martin?
Only to complement that.
Sorry,
No, it's okay.
Fatima.
That Guy has said that we don't know where is the. I think one point is that we need the social science, how to talk to people. Because even with COVID, after we had all that problems, and if you ask now, if people remember what happened, probably they are going to say that was almost nothing. And usually what I'm noticing is that we have to talk not so scientifically, but you have to talk taking the, how can I say, the sentiments, the way the people feel more than the way the people think, something like that.
No, absolutely. I have one thing about we have to use more disasters, more extreme weather events than people think. And that, to be honest, it doesn't give me hope that we have to use populistic strategies of fear to control and move people. So in that sense, I'm a little bit critical. I don't have a other answer, but maybe it's not the role of science to spread fear and to use that because we do think about as citizens that something has to happen. Maybe that is also directly linked to the question that you put. It's about the credibility of science and also the usefulness of science in society. And so it's maybe not so much the question how we as scientists to the society, but rather how can we extend to integrate science in society. And that is a little bit like what when I had in my last slide, so like the hiring strategy of universities. So like not having more people or train scientists how to talk to people, but trying to be more diverse within society, within the university, so that you have different people talking different languages to all the other people around, and by thus maybe producing a better flow of trusted knowledge between different parts of society. So when we had it once in our university, there was one person from another university saying, well, I don't believe, I'm quite sure that nobody in our university voted for the far right. And I said, actually, that's a problem. If 20% of the population votes for them, then they should be somewhere here in university. Otherwise, we have completely lost the access to that group of people. And then science is a kind of elite project somewhere else. And by this, I think it's very important to go how can we actually diversify? How can we get different people to talk the other languages as well within science so that they can communicate on different parts? And the last part is about this kind of truth, or what are we aiming for in science? That's why I really like so much the notion of not true knowledge, but socially robust knowledge in this mode 2 lesson. So knowledge that is useful, knowledge that is taken up and used by NGOs, politicians, others. So that is actually the kind of knowledge and the way what kind of knowledge we could produce to spread it more, and instead of backseat science just staying there and said, well, we knew it actually.
Yeah, I'll just comment quickly there. In the Worldwide Research Program, in these new projects that we have, we say that the science that we are doing must be useful, usable, and used. So what Guy said about COVID is the typical example where the science became useful, usable, and then used as the vaccine. So that is the tackling that issue. So, and perhaps when we demonstrate those, that's where we are going to convince politicians in a way, which is the difficult thing. We have to show that things are getting better because we are reducing the risk, for example. We are not going to, or there are actions that will minimize the impacts of climate. And in some cases, yes, they will believe that. The whole process, as Gil was saying, that climate is a scientific issue, but then it becomes political. In the whole UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework on Climate Change Convention, it is a political aspect. Even IPCC, which comes from assessment of the science, the text must be agreed and consensus by every single country. And then politics enter there. Once this assessment is done, that drives the negotiations at the Conference of Parties. It is a political aspect. So how we convince politicians? $1 million question. But we have to stick to the science, to the facts. Perhaps, and that is one of the roles of the World Meteorological Organization, where we need to measure, and we cannot predict what we don't measure. We need to go, measure, and then show with the facts that are irrefutable.
Non-refutable?
No, irrefutable. We not dispute, right? The facts, because it has been measured. So I think that is important. And that brings, for the local aspect, for climate policy, seen in the local government, we need to measure things, because that has impact on the policy that will be made, because the policy will be driven by the facts. We cannot just say, I think we have air pollution here. No, we have to measure. And then, so that's the kind of message that we have to try to use to convince a politician. Exactly.
Thank you, Nico. Who's with the mic now? Okay.
Hi,
Please.
I'm Tatiana. I serve as urban planning at São Paulo Urbanismo. and I'm master student at Fundação Getúlio Vargas. I'm going to read my question because my English is a bit rusty. So the integration of climate services and citizen science into decision-making process is a significant challenge, particularly in contexts characterized by social and institutional complexity. Despite the potential of co-designed climate services to bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and public policy, governance mechanisms are often inadequate to ensure that the insights generated are effectively translated to actionable policies. So I have two questions. How can we design governance tools that efficiently connect climate services and citizen science with decision-making process, ensuring both legitimacy and effectiveness? And given the context of extreme inequality and social vulnerability in countries like Brazil, how could citizen science be sustainable, financed, and institutionalized with relying mainly on public or international funding?
You know, when the climate services were created, it was to create this bridge between science and, they said, society or decision-making or governance. And then we realized that essentially it's a bit like the Avignon Bridge. Do you know the bridge in France called Avignon that is only crossing half of the river? So the other half has been destroyed or something like that. So the climate services cross but don't get to the other side. And so I think we need to invent how to finish the bridge on the other side or to create another bridge to go on the other side. And I think you showed mountains and you showed many, many bridges. And, you know, I believe personally that now that there are several climate services that are all different, inconsistent. Some are run by scientists who believe that they communicate, but in fact they just do data center or something and nothing else. Other are done by social scientists who talk about things, but do not have access to the data. So that it seems to me that the notion of climate service needs to be rediscussed to be able to go all the way into the governance issue. But the governance issue is not only the public governance, also the private governance. How do the corporations that build the economy, the infrastructure, are they going to be responsible for working in a way that is appropriate for the planet? There is a lot of discussion to have there, and I don't think we have a good methodology at the moment, or yet. And I forgot your second question.
Só faria comentário rápido em termos da
I would like
importância
to
da
add a
ciência
comment
cidadã,
in this sense.
em que o cidadão
The citizen conscious, the citizen is
dá esse
owes
poder,
that data.
eu sou dono
And
daquilo,
when you give
aquela
the
informação
power and
vai
that data
gerar
is
melhores
mine,
produtos,
and that is going to generate better
sentido
products in the
propriedade,
sense of
faz com
property,
que pro cidadão seja melhor,
makes the citizen to
seja,
be
se sinta
better,
parte
to feel
das
part
decisões que vão ser tomadas.
of the
Então,
decisions that are going to
incentivar
be
a ciência cidadã é uma
taken.
coisa
So to
importante
motivate the
nesse sentido.
citizen is important in this sense.
Depende
Sustainability
individualmente,
and depend individually.
mas talvez com o apoio do
But
poder público, em que você
somehow with the support of public power and you take them to school when we had the census, low-cost sensors, and you make this be, if it's the most precise, and but it's a data, you go there and you see, and here giving this sense, the power for the city that I owe this data and I'm contributing with something bigger. The financing is always something difficult. I usually say that money is not a problem, it's the solution. So we have to look for the solution.
So I do have a comment and a question.
Oh, but she had like 3 questions in one, so I think they still want to answer.
Só para complementar essa questão do dado, na verdade, não é, talvez não é nenhum sentimento
Just to complement the data, it's not only possessing the data, but understanding. It's not to understand the measure, but to understand what the data represents. For example, this sample within a school area, and they're close, and they perceive the variation in the data, and they notice the difference. It doesn't need to be a measure, but the concept. On temperature is something that many people have a sensor. And obviously, maybe it's something so simple, but the fact of being simple is not valorized. Sometimes we have the other side of the information, that when we simplify too much, it misses its value. Sometimes I have the impression that when we simplify things too much with scientific data, as if it was simple, it loses value as well. I don't know. I'm talking about when we try to transform information in a simpler way, or simplify too much and loses a bit of value.
Mais no sentido da governança mesmo,
More
a
in
minha
the sense of
pergunta,
governance, my question,
realidade, porque a responsabilidade, né, de prover os direitos básicos e universais, né, do poder público, né,
and the public
inclusive dar
power,
condições para que o setor privado também
and
atue de
give
forma responsável,
solutions for
né,
the
regulando e exigindo
public
e tudo mais.
sector to
Mas
regulating
o que eu
and
fiquei
demanding.
pensando, acho que na fala
But what I
principal do
thought,
colega
for
aqui,
what
a respeito
we're
de
talking about
sensibilizar a população,
on respect of
existe uma situação de
sensibilization of the
desigualdade tão
population,
grande,
we
né,
have
e a
an
gente atua em
inequality
trabalhos no
situation that is
extremo
so
leste de
big,
São Paulo,
and we
né,
work
com
in
o
extreme
planejamento
list
urbano, a gente se
of
depara
Sao
com
Paulo. We see
dificuldade de comunicação também no
so many
repertório
difficulties
que
in
ele é da
communication in a
política pública
repertoire
e é da
that is
cidadania,
from
né? Então a
the
gente
public
fala
policies
de
and citizenship.
analfabetismo urbano, né? E eu acho
So
que
we
o
talk about
caminho da ciência seria uma visão de
urban
capacitar através das
illiteracy, so
escolas.
it's
Mas
might be
eu
through
não sei como
schools,
sensibilizar
but I
mais
don't know
uma
how
população
to
que já enfrenta
make these
problemas,
people more
né,
sensible,
de
for people
inundações e
who
desastres
see that they
e
have
extrema violência no dia a dia, muito antes de
extreme
começar a
violence in
falar
their
de
day-to-day
mudanças climáticas,
before
né?
we even
A
talk
gente
about
tem que
climate
resolver
change.
problemas de desigualdade social.
So we
Aí
have
como é que a gente vai falar de
social
soluções urbanas, até
inequality, and
mesmo
how we're
com
going
os
to
colegas
talk about
urbanistas, né, que eu sou formada por essa
these
casa também,
situations, and
quando a gente tem problemas tão precários
when we have
de
problems that are
saneamento
so
ambiental, de
difficult in the
irregulares.
sense
Então, acho
of
que o enfrentamento
regulatory
e aí as ferramentas de
situations,
governança que eu
and
questiono são no sentido de conseguir
what I see in the sense of the ruling
todas
is
essas
to
dimensões,
make
né, e
compatible
trazer
all
alguma
these
solução
dimensions
para
and bring
isso.
some solutions for this.
Yeah, thank you, Judith. So I think it's going to be a quite controversial comment, but as a social scientist, I think, you know, we should challenge some of that. So I think, you know, from the science technology studies, I think some will challenge that effect. It's not fact. it's also socially constructed. And I think, it is a time and a stage that perhaps scientists should think that we live in a post-normal science stage, that you think of yourself only as a communicator. You're still, in a way, holding the knowledge as yourself, and you establish this unilateral chain of communication. Of course, you can go to the community, you can visit, you can co-create together. I think, and it's quite challenging. I don't think many people do it. I think Martin gave some food for thought for us, but I think there is a concept called epistemic diversity, in a way that we recognize other systems of knowledge. And I think we have to reach a point. Of course, we're going to be scientists, we're going to, you have instruments, you're going to measure the temperature, but you have to also face the fact that, you have other systems of knowledge, and you have to interact at the level of knowledge, not at the level that we make your black box and we make your knowledge and we try to pass it on. But you try to find ways to actually, at the knowledge level, to interact with them and then co-create knowledge together. So that's, I think we had the pandemic, people didn't want to take vaccine. Their brothers and sisters were dying. And, and so, because we are scientists on the one side and we are the others on the other side. So I think, thinking of being positive, I think I see a lot of people talking and speaking about that. So I think this is one of the ways that we could take a science ahead in terms of changing and being transformative science as a way to change society as well. So it's more provoking comment rather than, I think, a question.
Thank you, Diego.
I fully agree with that. And then I think that is the concept of the value chain of research to services, because you start from the knowledge or the need from the users to drive what information you're going to pass, because there is knowledge on the other side. We forgot, I don't think we even mentioned during this week, indigenous knowledge, right? So, did you? So there we go. I wasn't. So it is important to have that information as part of the full knowledge of what you're going to provide as the basis, right? So I fully agree with that. And we cannot forget that there is this, and perhaps we, and particularly natural scientists, we are guilty in that. That's the information I'm giving you. Deal with it. We have to change that.
So I agree that knowledge is a social construct. But social construct doesn't mean that any information that makes no sense be accepted under the fact that it's a social construct. So if you come and tell me that the earth is fickle, that this is a social construct, and that your social construct leads you to believe that the earth is flat, I'm going to tell you, social construct or not, you might, I respect your view, but this is just bullshit. Because it's not flat. So there are, and there is enough evidence to show it. So one has to respect, of course, any views, but if the views goes against measured evidence, then and measured as objectively as possible, because there can be also some problem with the measurement that are made in certain areas. We have also, as scientists, to tell people when they make assumptions they do not make sense, or they put their what they believe is knowledge on premise or base that are inconsistent with reality. So it's a difficult issue.
Very shortly, Martin, because we really have to close.
No, but one thing, because I think that is very, very important question, that your argumentation only works if you believe that science is an underlying system, and this is something everybody agrees upon, because from there comes the testable, the logic, the consistent. And what I would say is that many people are kind of not really into this science and such. And that's why, like the vaccine, that is a social constructed fact in a part of society that it does not work. And for them, actually, so like it's a group of people, for them, it's kind of, then you're coming with things, but the basis on which you, well, the basis on which you make your claim is something that is already kind of discredited by a larger number of people. And that's why it becomes so complicated how to actually share, how to come in a debate and discussion between these two groups and how to actually pass knowledge without becoming confrontative and just saying that's bullshit. But as I said, it's a super large discussion. That's why I'm.
But look, 25% of the Americans believe that the Earth is flat. Okay, so I want to fight that as a scientist. That idea, because that's the idea that leads to Trump in power.
Okay, let's close this peacefully. Yeah, you can know it's nice to have an excited discussion. But also Guy will be leaving us. He has a plane to catch, so we need to close on time. Before closing, remember we have a break and then we still have an official closing table at 4:30, but we will have a short break. And I would like to thank all the three speakers for their valuable input, and especially Guy and Nico for coming from good old Europe to join our São Paulo meeting 2024. Thank you very, very much.
porque a gente vai iniciar em alguns minutos a nossa próxima e última
We are
mesa.
about to start the next and last table of our event.
Não, mas é que eu acho a proporção. Prato, comida, assim. Tem prato, você paga 35 prato. Você tá pagando metade do a proporção desse prato. Tá, vou começar. Eu vou começar pelo Edu.
Olá, olá, boa tarde a todos. Gostaria de
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite you to take your seats because we are going to start the closing table of our event, which is the challenges of multi-level governance.
Speak Portuguese, the table, I think all the speeches will be in Portuguese, so just get your headphones on. We have simultaneous translation. E para os membros da nossa mesa.
And for the members of our table, Professor Ana Paula Cury, Professor Eduardo Gressi, Professor Pedro Jacobi, and Professor Ruth Ataide. I will invite them one by one. They would come, make their presentation, and in the end, we have the table all together for the closing debate. So, with no further ado, we can start. I would like to invite Professor Eduardo Gressi. He is a sociologist, member of the Excellent Cluster, Climate Change and Society. Recently has become a professor at the Hamburg University in the Sociology Department, and among his interests, research interests and papers, he researches on sustainable development, governance, and climate in the future and sustainable climate adaptation. Eduardo, you can take the stage to start our debate.
Bom, começar agradecendo.
So I would like to start by thank you for the mediation, Diego, thanking for the organizing committee for having so many good people and relevant topics throughout this week. Thank you, special thanks also to somebody who couldn't be here, Anita Engels, also sociologist from the Hamburg University, a partner of Climapolis Network, and she has been with us from the beginning. And for me, as a Brazilian living in Germany, I think that, like they say, there is no such ideal situation as being able to be here and there. I used to say that I have two homes. I am from São Paulo, so for me it's a joy to be here as well. My presentation, I prepared in the beginning of the week, so starting with a disclaimer, there are some things that will be a little bit repetitive of everything we discussed throughout the week. So the most repetitive parts, I'm going to go a little bit quicker, and then I have the opportunity later on to talk a little bit about it. But the idea of my presentation is to have a summary of everything we discussed when it comes to social perspective, a summary of everything we talked about, and to show a little bit of our approach for sustainable climate adaptation with a focus in urban systems. So here is the agenda of my presentation divided into 4 parts. I will start with a brief introduction about the global ecological crisis. We are talking a lot about climate change. It's important to have this space and see it from a broadened perspective, because climate change is the central pillar of a crisis which is much bigger, the global ecological crisis. I'm going quicker through some of the slides. I have some similar graphs, some of them, and then I'm going to talk about the climate crisis and the cities. Many people have talked about that already, including the presentations we saw today, and the focus of my presentation will be points 3 and 4 for sustainable climate adaptation, and bringing some research, some results of our survey, and in the end, the global governance and local challenges, which is the topic of this closing table. So this graph we've seen today, Professor Cristiano presentation, but the huge acceleration after the war in 1950, environmental degradation is a central characteristic of the global ecological crisis, and it's always important for us to have this in mind. So we have got here that far because after war, there was an acceleration in terms of population and consumption. The production models, the consumption models ended up influencing especially these supporting life support systems. Just to mention this study of Stefan, which is a classic, Stefan et al., on the big acceleration. Biodiversity is also, there was also a speech with Luther saying that it's not just talking about climate change, but also the global loss of biodiversity, some data in terms of loss in the last 50 years, and data are impressive when it comes to the Global Living Planet Index, the WWF, among other institutions. They show a reduction of 69% in the monitored populations, And in oceans, even higher, 83% decline in monitor population. So a crisis with socio-economical pressures, of course, environmental patterns, biodiversity, I don't have to talk about. We are tired of hearing all these, all the global warming and climate change. And what is important to emphasize, as a sociologist, of course, I pay a lot of attention to this topic, which is the social inequalities. So social inequalities are an important part of this global crisis. Here, this graph is from the Climate Inequality Report 2023, and it shows very clearly that the 50% less favored, the most vulnerable global population, are responsible for only 12% of the emissions, but they suffer 75% of the losses, and only 2% of capacity to protect themselves against all those crises. On the other hand, 10%, the top 10% are in charge of 48% of the emission. They suffer only 3% of the losses, and they have a capacity of 76% to protect themselves. So it cannot be more clear than that. And I think that it's important to emphasize this difference, north and south, as also global north, global south, and we have to keep insisting on it. But another important and interesting data from this report is that from the year 2000, there was a change in the trend. The inequalities in terms of emissions became higher in the countries than among countries. So we have to keep attentive to this difference, global north and south, but also to be attentive to the inequalities in the country, within the countries, because if we are in a city like São Paulo, we have the social groups that are in charge for emissions much more than others. And the more vulnerable groups, of course, emitted less, and they suffer impacts that are higher than the others. So in this first graph, it's more a global perspective. It can be used for us to analyze within countries as well. Of course, we're going to have different figures, but the logic is the same. So the climate crisis and the cities, very briefly, some of the data that were mentioned before to be analyzed and discussed. When it comes to the world population, urban population, more than 50%, with an expectation of increase up to 68% until 2050, the urbanization in Brazil more than 80%, and the urban areas with 70% of the global emissions of CO2. So the cities are critical, are the big emissions. They contribute to the global warming. At the same time, they are very vulnerable, as we've seen, high vulnerability, and the extreme events have intensified, like we've seen. Also, adverse impact in terms of health, subsistence, services, and essential infrastructure, and, like I said, the losses that are concentrated more among the urban residents. So far, no big news, but here the result of some studies that make this bridge with the systems that I have approached. The first is our study from the Hamburg University, the Excellence Center in Climate Research, which is Hamburg Climate Research. I'm going to show over one of these studies. In 3 editions of this study, we got to the conclusion, looking to different standards and social dynamics, physical, biogeochemical, we got to the conclusion that due to this, especially consumption, production, and inaction in terms of climate, either because of the politics or the private sector, that this carbonization is not possible. So with the conditions, the existing conditions, is not possible for us to reach the zero emissions by 2050. So again, the cities as critical for this, both for mitigation and adaptation. Even though we focused on adaptation during these days, it's important to emphasize that mitigation, the panel showing 61% in São Paulo, 61% of the emissions are caused by transportation. So, of course, mitigation, and Renato also emphasized that in his speech. So when it comes to adaptation, looking for a global perspective, there are some measures, of course, adaptation strategies worldwide, but there are huge gaps in terms of ambition, plan, objectives, goals, indicators, There are no clear goals and clear indicators in many of the case studies we analyzed. There are huge gaps in terms of fund. The Global Adaptation Gap Report from the UNEP last year showed that very clearly. And our study also had 2024 showed huge gaps in different parts of the world. A paper that we disclosed, we published on Nature Climate Change last year on the coordination of Ian Petso, my colleague, brings a systematic review of all kinds of adaptation that were registered in the literature. We got more than 2,000 papers. We analyzed more than 1,400. So our conclusion is that the initiatives, the adaptation initiatives that were implemented, in their vast majority are individual ones. They're not coordinated and with low governmental engagement and low academy engagement. I think it's important to highlight this because the biggest majority of the cases we analyze, we could see, for example, small farmers that wanted to change their culture or something like this, communities, or people who had to pay from their own money some measures in order to face the extreme events. So, and just to highlight the other panel we discussed that is because there is something, a conceptual issue. Adaptation is not the same as disaster management. So some people say, no, it's okay. We can know if adaptation happens after the next disaster. And I totally disagree with that because we are talking about adaptation. Because if we do not look other aspects, socioeconomical ones, this is why we had a very strict look to see what is considered adaptation in a perspective of prevention, directly relation to climate change, and so on. And this was the main result of the study. Of course, the study covers other interesting issues, and it was published last year. I can send you the link for you. Having said all this, the biggest question we asked there in our Excellence Center from 2023, I brought a little bit because we focused decarbonization, but we said, okay, if every year we have the same kind of conclusion that it's not possible, that mitigation is not enough, what does it mean for adaptation? How can we adapt? Is there a way we can adapt in a sustainable way? What are the strategies? What kind of measures? So this was a debate we started in 2022, more or less. In 2023, I had the opportunity to coordinate a workshop, let's say, in order to think this, but of course with a broadened look, more conceptual, based on literature at first, and secondly, I will show you, it was a little bit more empirical research with case studies. So before anything else, the question that the motivating question is how to look the need to adapt to climate change with sustainability and the search for a new development model. So a very systemic approach.
Nessa definição de adaptação climática
sustentável. We came
sustentável.
to this definition of sustainable climate adaptation, which is the adaptation process to climate change or current or expected and their impacts and how to explore these and other objectives of sustainable development. Professor Moema had a brilliant presentation on the case of energy transition in Rio Grande do Norte, and we saw how much transition can be unfair. Because if you are looking just to the numbers like the emissions drop, mitigation of climate change without seeing this from the optics of climate justice, you are going to lose many variables and it won't be possible to. The same is for the adaptation. So when it comes, we know if the adaptation works or not only after the next disaster. This is not how it works in our understanding. Our approach is an approach that understands the adaptation measures as something integrated. So we have to see from gender perspective, the inequalities, environmental protection. And through literature, we see three main forms, strategies of adaptation. One is faithfully, the other is transformative. I'm going to give concrete examples. And for us, it's fundamental for us to have this perspective of decentering, not a perspective just not for the global north, Anglo-Saxon or European, and to bring different kinds of knowledge, either for global south or traditional knowledge, for the debate and climate action. So, inclusion, diversity, climate justice.
Tá bom, aqui, esse é o Outlook 2023.
Here is the outlook of 2023 when we started the debate, concrete examples of it, extreme heat. What shall we do? One very well-known measure is to install air conditioning. Do you solve the problem? Yes, short term, yes, but it will increase energy consumption, will warm the city, so we do not understand this as a sustainable action. They gave the example of water distribution, these kind of things when there is extreme heat. But so first, they say coping, so first the problem happens and then there is a quick response to it. The incremental one implies incremental changes, but that do not transform the socio-ecological systems. One example is the change of the urban land to mitigate the effects of heat islands. This is an example, like the green roofs in Hamburg, it has been widely implemented. And when it comes to transformative strategies, one example that we specialists put this is the water sensitive city as an integrated approach for water management. It would gather together strategies for the supply, sanitation, and protection against floods and environmental protection. So a paradigm shift. Now, a spoiler at the end of the presentation, I'm going to talk about the event at USP. We are going to launch the Outlook 2024 here in Brazil that was published in the end of September, but just a little spoiler, there are 9 case studies, among them São Paulo, and 3 in cities. One is Hamburg, São Paulo, and Ho Chi Minh. And out of these 3 cities, both Hamburg and Ho Chi Minh, they have strategies, partially transformative strategies, and in the case of São Paulo, we found only coping and incremental strategies. We are going to discuss this a little bit more in detail after, but we had 3 cases for rural systems and coastal systems as well. Now, getting to the end of my presentation, not every sustainable measures are okay. Some even make the situation even worse, which is called maladaptation. The efforts to increase resilience of the local communities depend on a series of social conditions, such as the engagement of the society and political support, which is not new for us, and the Outlook 24, a result that we really emphasize is that the law and adaptation plans are critical. We see this worldwide, but it's not enough. Unless the people who need to implement adaptation are engaged, the measures are actively articulated and put into practice, and the plans are connected to clear indicators and measurable goals. So we saw in the case of São Paulo, the goal at Conclima is to reach the city is resilient and with the biggest adaptive capacity. I don't know exactly what it means, because if you do not have goals or indicators, even for Hamburger, the goal is that they are resilient up to 2050. So you have, you know the time, but you don't know exactly what it means. It's important to understand what concept of city is that, what future is that we want to promote. And here to close, global governance for sustainable development. Due to the time, I'm not going to detail, but I made sure to put a lightning. We have a second lightning 2024 some days ago that will have a huge impact for sustainable election, that is the re-election of Trump. Among other dynamics we have observed worldwide, of course, it's going to make our challenge even bigger for global governance, sustainable development, and I took a slide from Catherine, who made a presentation about city networks, because it's important to see transnational initiatives after the Paris Agreement. The first time Trump was elected, the first thing that the cities in the states of California or in Brazil, they said, we are not going to leave the Paris Agreement. Maybe Trump will leave, but we will continue working for the Paris Agreement. So In other cities in the world, they have many initiatives for this. So 11,381 cities who are part of these transactional activities, and we know that something is having plans and good intentions, and the other its implementation.
Os números, putz, eu vou ter que perguntar. Não, não são números. Eu acho que são os números de cidade e país, cada país, exato.
I think these are numbers of cities per country. Okay.
Chegando ao final.
Now, to the end, based on all this, the presentation were a more global perspective, but now bringing it more locally, and the local challenges for the climate governance. So the policies and standards for urban development are not sustainable. We don't discuss the need to reduce consumption. It's equally important. This energy transition is important, but also we have to reduce the energy consumption, either through energy efficiency or better distribution. There is a difference between this temporal implementation and the visible effects of mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So timing of this this timing is different from the decision makers, because they have 4 years mandate when they are re-elected, 8 years, and of course they are looking to the policies that will bring them more visibility. Some can be very well succeeded in that sense, but generally the guys from natural sciences know better than me in terms of atmosphere and everything. If we have a huge effect today, it will take a while for us to see the effect. The reduction that was recorded during the pandemics, if we see the graph, the rebound effect was absurd. So this is an important aspect to be considered. There is also the difficulty to measure and set the goals, concrete goals for adaptation. It's not that climate plans, they fail because people want them to be like this. It's important to recognize this difficulty, but we have to work on it in order to set concrete goals and objectives for it. Integrated policies and funding for the climate action. Of course, different governance scales now was discussed, and the discontinuity of public policies. And my final considerations, establishing goals is a strategy, an important governance strategy, but it's limited. The diffusion of transnational initiatives and climate plan does not imply implementation. It's good to have many initiatives and plans. They help, they are important. They create demand, the possibility of accountability, but does not imply on implementation. And social engagement is important, but this social mobilization is needed. Here is something is being socially engaged, other is having social groups engaged with climate actions, but if we do not scale this up, if there is no from the legal aspect, production, several areas of society, it won't work. We know, we have seen in history that the big social changes, the big changes were all supported by a huge social support, either for the positive or for retrocess. Many retrocesses also happen from social mobilizations. We can, in the discussion, give some concrete examples of it. And then my final point is that these are fundamental, the inclusion, mobilization of players that will dialogue to some people. Professor Cristiano showed the candidates to president 2018 in Brazil, and Bolsonaro was the one who said that he wouldn't care the environment and climate change, and he was elected. It's the same case for Trump. So do you think that this agenda are dialogue? We have to understand the gap. Many interdisciplinary conferences and the Geoscience Congress in Vienna, I've heard from many people saying that we do not have a knowledge gap, we have an implementation gap. And then I had to disagree. I said, no, we have a huge knowledge gap. We have to understand why this gap is so.
Então, coprodução e difusão de conhecimento que leva em conta saberes locais e tradicionais é fundamental também, né? Assim como políticas públicas estruturantes. E aí, fechando novo contrato social pautado por uma narrativa,
policies as well, based on a narrative of a better future. There's nothing more dangerous than a society that has no perspective, a youth that has no perspective, because of course, if we are
entender a cidade como elas são, a sociedade como
If you
ela
want to understand
é fundamental.
the
Mas
cities
os nossos
as they are,
resultados têm implicações. Então, assim, a gente faz muito exercício de pensar, tá, o que que implica eu dizer que a descarbonização até 2050 não é plausível? O que que
and
isso
if
implica para a
this is
sociedade?
interesting or not, what is
pode
implies
fazer
for society, what
com isso?
society
Então,
can
assim,
do with this.
claro que é um desafio, ainda mais nos dias de
Of
hoje,
course,
né?
it's a
O otimista
challenge.
um ato
Mostly these
revolucionário.
days, being an
Mas quando
optimist
eu
is
penso,
a
sobretudo
revolutionary
na
act.
minha
But when
filha,
I
eu penso,
think
bom,
about
que
my
eu não posso
child,
chegar para ela
I cannot
pequenininha e
get
dizer, olha,
there
seu
and
futuro vai
tell
ser pior
her,
que o meu.
your
Esse é um
future is going
compromisso
to be
meu,
worse
senão
than
eu
mine.
jamais
So
vou
my
fazer isso.
commitment I we're going to
Só
have
fazendo
with
uma
future.
divulgação aqui de publicação.
Just
Esse
sharing
áudio, semana que
publications.
vem, no dia 13, quarta-feira, estão todos
Next
convidados,
week,
evento público às 2 da tarde. A gente vai fazer o
on
lançamento do
Wednesday, a
áudio lá
public
no Lato
event,
São
we're
Paulo.
going to launch
E é isso, por fim, eu só queria
this,
agradecer e
and this
dizer
is it. I
e
would like
enfatizar
to
a
thank
potência que é o
finally and
Climapolis,
emphasize
porque a
the
gente não só
importance that is
consegue juntar
Climapolis,
muito
and
profissional
we can get a lot of
qualificado, mas
professionals
muitas pessoas
together
queridas, e é
with
isso que faz a rede
qualified
ser
and
tão forte. Poder
dear
estar junto de
people.
pessoas
That
que a gente
makes
gosta é um
the
privilégio. Muito obrigado.
office to be so strong.
Obrigado, Eduardo. Acho que você traz o tom correto já para nossa última mesa, que é uma mesa de
You
celebração
have
também. A gente está encerrando essa semana.
the last
Acho
what
que
we
celebrar esse momento que a
this is
gente
a
trouxe muita
celebration
gente
what we
importante,
it's a
legal,
celebration because
próxima,
we
de
brought a
vários
lot
estados
of
do Brasil e de
interesting
outros
people
lugares
from
do
many
planeta.
states of Brazil and other
Vamos
parts.
dar sequência aqui à nossa mesa. Continuo aqui convidando o professor Pedro Jacobi para se juntar a nós. Ele é
I call Pedro Jacobi to
professor
join
sênior
us,
do IE,
professor
da
senior
USP,
of EA in
coordenador do
USP, coordinator
pesquisa de
of the
governança
research group of
ambiental
governance,
e
environmental
coordenador
governance,
também do grupo de estudos de sociedade e meio
and
ambiente
coordinator of the
e
studies,
também o
environment,
chairman
and
do board
chairman
Bricklay
of the
da
board
América do
Bricklay
Sul
for South
desde
America
2011. Professor,
since
o
2011.
microfone é seu.
Professor?
Bom, boa tarde a todos, todas e
Good
todos.
afternoon.
É uma grande satisfação de fazer
It's
parte da família Climápolis, não? Que a
huge
gente está
satisfaction
junto
to
já
be together with the
comemorando quase
Climapolis
7 anos, não?
family, celebrating
não?
almost 7 years.
E, enfim,
And
eu acho que Climápolis é uma
I
grande
believe that Climapolis
iniciativa
is
que
a
tem
huge
se
initiative
fortalecido
that
cada vez mais
strengthened
justamente por essa
more and
perspectiva
more through this
interdisciplinar. Não
perspective,
sei se diríamos, como
interdisciplinary,
conversamos com
not
cientistas
usual.
da
How
chamada
can we
ciências
talk
hard, não?
to
E
scientists
Climápolis mostrou
called
que primeiro
the
não
hard
vamos chamar de
science?
ciências hard, não?
And
Primeiro,
we don't need to call
e depois
hard
também
sciences, and
mostrar quanto
then
as ciências sociais
show
ainda,
how much
ciências humanas,
social
têm
sciences,
muitos
humans,
desafios para se aproximar cada vez mais
have a lot
nesse
of
diálogo
challenges thinking about
institucional,
the institutional, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary that today is one of the biggest challenges that Climapolis has. And we've showed in some of these sessions with Lajeado people that show this challenge and the challenge of conversation with public management. We have to show more and more that our job has a huge importance to change the mindset of public management, as we saw in many presentations and now this afternoon as well. My talk is about social learning, climatic emergency, and the multi-level in the governance of adaptation. But obviously we're talking about adaptation, but we cannot stop talking about mitigation that was added here. The reality is the following. We live in a globalized society or reality. The crisis affects the whole country, the whole planet, and increases the complexity and production and multiplication of risks. And it brought something that Rydberg said in the 80s, that we live in a risk society and no one can ignore that. But we have to face and show that human society wants to prevail and survive. Eduardo just said that I don't have a child, but I have grandchildren. and I'm thinking about them. So why talk about the climate risks? The challenge on increasing the conscious for people to understand the social environmental, and it increases the exposure, increases the risk, and society needs to learn and deal with the risk management. And of course, we checked how difficult it has been from society to learn risk management. And we have a lot of examples, case of Porto Alegre, Valencia, and many other that we can name. But it's important to see how much to look at the risk management. We have to look on a perspective of the anticipation, precaution, prevention. All of these need to be within the repertoire, the menu of all the actions that we human beings develop in our activities. And we have this logic, and as Paulo Freire it says, and they showed through so many years, to promote in different contexts and diversify. We have to get out more and more of our bubbles and get into different territories, local, as was mentioned, regional, deepen with critical reflection that doesn't take only to think about catastrophism, but bring this critical situation, the importance of people to understand the complexity of the matters, environmental matters, in a perspective to get out of the causal logic and understanding the processes, and strengthen the participation and initiatives, cooperatives with a different type of players. Finally, bring reflection interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary to strengthen new knowledge. What we're doing here is a bit of that. We're talking, I'm learning every day, every hour, every minute, all the activities I have been taking part of and feeling very comfortable. I'm part of a program, a pioneer program in environmental science. And for me, my DNA is totally interdisciplinary. I don't have a problem even not understanding everything to understand the importance of this knowledge that needs to be multiplied. And the most important thing is that we see, and it's very interesting, that we don't have to deal only with metrics, because metrics scarce. So we need an explainable factor, needs to be explained. This likewise, when we see so-called turning points or limitations as they are added, limits of the destruction that is being added in the sense, the point of view of atmosphere and stratosphere, bring this because it's related to consumption. Everything we're relating has to do with consumption practices. And it's a huge challenge to think how to change, how to broaden, and how we have to have this mindset more and more. And when in the campaigns none of this is approached, we get very concerned. And in the US, they vote on migration and not climate. We more and more see that. And Cristiano brought that because it's important. We can't ignore. If, as they say, if they want to be in the Paris Agreement, many states are going to. On the other hand, we have to strengthen more and more the participation and co-responsibilization and reduce this ownership, because a lot of management works in the more classical of the political culture, exchange of favors, and we have to go more and more forward to show people that they are co-responsible and for them without being victimized, and bring this co-responsibilization as an element of protagonism, and strengthening the initiatives that bring the players that are participants, and active practices with informed dialogue. And Ana Paula has been working, and I worked with her, both Ana Paula and Jardim Pantanal, exactly because we have conditions without creating tutela to promote an informal dialogue. And it helps with the co-responsibility and the values that are fundamental to be mobilizers to the problems people have in their day-to-day. How can we engage in a climate change situation to promote this for the cities, valuing learning and sharing knowledge, and this stimulate two processes, collective processes. This is a collective process, and we have to bring this and multiply in several territories, not only between the initiated. This is the huge challenge we have. And as a social scientist, we need to have different the huge problems and possibilities and innovative and knowledge that we have. This appeared a lot in several presentations, showing that we have to invest in our democratic spirit, in our perception, and bringing reflection, thinking about the climate justice and intersectionality, and strengthen the role of the youth in this moment. And this is happening in a lot of places. This is very stimulating because they are very because it happened in several places in the UN. The adults were very paralyzed, global adults, and we're having making some decisions. And the risks, the present and future, promote an access that is collective and think about a complex, open to indetermination and adversity, to strengthen the communities of practice. And this is a space inter and transdisciplinary, and implement and rethink new approaches and the possibilities in a context interdisciplinary and dialogues between the organizations. And as it was added here, so it's fundamental to see that different social groups can be relevant players and considering inequalities in the communities, local communities, and expanded dialogue, emphasizing knowledge and different possibilities for engagement and a lot of shared responsibilities. So bringing this reflection in the perspective of sustainability, we have to stimulate methodologies that are interactive, strengthening knowledge, where we have the environment, natural environment, and physical and cultural, and strengthening the empowerment of social and another thing that is very important, learn to learn, strengthening the practice communities and their relationships, and promote discussions on complicated matters, the wicked problems, and the possible responses that we have to give. Thank you. Let's debate.
Muito obrigado. Acho que você foi a pessoa mais pontual do
Thank
evento
you.
até agora.
You were the person
Deixou pra
most
na
on
última vez.
time of the event.
Eu gostaria de dar sequência à nossa mesa.
I would like to follow our
Prazer aqui
table.
convidar
It's a
a
pleasure
professora
to invite
Ruth
Professor
Ataide, da
Ruth
Universidade
Ataide
Federal do Rio Grande do
of the
Norte,
University
pra
of
próxima
Rio Grande do Norte
apresentação.
for the next presentation.
Ela é doutora pela Universidade de Barcelona,
She's doctor
professora do
by the
Departamento de
University of Barcelona,
Arquitetura,
professor of the
graduação e
Architecture
pós-graduação
Department,
da Federal do Rio Grande do
graduation,
Norte,
postgrad
coordena
on the
projetos de
University of Rio
pesquisa e
Grande do
extensão
Norte with
vinculados ao grupo de pesquisa
project of
Eco-Habitat,
research and extension
Lab Habitats e aos NCTs,
and the
Observatório das
entities,
Metrópoles e
observatories
Climatópolis.
of the metropolis and Climapolis.
Boa tarde a todos e a
Good
todas.
afternoon, everyone.
Seguindo aqui na linha do meu colega, Jacob. Antes de tudo, eu quero agradecer.
I would like to thank the opportunity for being here, sharing with all of you this debate, and say mostly because my insertion in Climapolis is very recent. I've been learning a lot with this exchange of knowledge with my peers and the Department of Architecture. It is located in the Center of Technology, so I have a lot of colleagues here where I haven't spoken, and now from Climapolis and other actions that we've been developing, we got closer and closer and getting together with interests. And I don't know if this presentation is okay here, but it's better located in Natal. But because of the two presentations that came earlier, we can talk about this later. But I brought a discussion for the municipality of Natal and the environmental management. During the whole event, we talk about the need of for engagement, and the governance was the closing talk on a lot of talks, and we're talking about governance at the end. And here bring a reflection, local reflection, that can help us to think one dimension of governance. So my conduction goes in this sense to reflect on the drawn but not realized. And maybe we can think that in the territories we can reflect, and some preliminary situations. And if they're interesting to have a multi-level experience from the Natal experience, the dimension of regulation, where we have several dimensions. We talked a lot about master plans, and here is adding territory and microscale from some neighborhood approaches, and in the context of debate on sustainability and climate emergency. How to measure the presupposed, this thing that we call multi-level distribution of power, roles, responsibilities, how to articulate this, how we share this. Do we have space for negotiation? Are there usable, vertical, horizontal, different levels of government in different dimensions? As we were mentioning in the urban systems, how they interact in the relationship, and how is it that in this governance we relate? How is it related? And this is the emergency that we have. And it talked a lot about Nathaniel, that every political decision that we have to take an attitude, we need to talk about this. So this is why from this Natal approach, we have the master plan and here in Natal. And for those who don't know Natal, you're going to know here is a city that is based on its huge fragilities with a natural ecosystem that are pressured by the situation. Is a city that was created by through dunes, and these days, and still we're being building in dunes, so we can continue to do so. That's why we're always in dispute. Why the occupation advances? Because always is going to have this. So this is a drawing of the landscape that motivate the touristic interest, starting on the 80s, mostly, that is going to position itself as a touristic movement, and the actions of our governance always to prioritize this matter. And it's very symbolic because it starts and where the city was founded and built its protection. And then it spreads up by the topography and safety, and the standard of density is from two neighborhoods that began this pressure and has one of the most expensive prices of Natal. And we have vulnerable population here through the 19th and 20th century. And this pressure on this population is very strong. Mostly as well because saying that here we have only marginal and the beach needed to be modernized, not only there in Fortaleza as well and other cities. If we bring this for the discussion of management, we have governance and climate emergency. Is this a new discussion? Would it be? No, it's not a surprise from different point of view that we add in this debate today, because this discussion is with us since the 60s, mostly being brought to light in other moments. And this is coming to light for us to revisit our point of view from these years. So the context that is presented here, that promote the discussion from Rome and the Conference of 72 and whatever happens afterwards, they bring in the industrialization processes and some urban centers retraction for reasons that were brought here from various colleagues, increase of poverty and the amount of vulnerable territories in the world, the collapse of the lack of structure and the shortage of natural resources. So here we have something in this trajectory of debates on the discussion, environmental discussion, how Natal is going to be positioned. That's why we have the emphasis on the master plan. Why the master plan then? Today, after 7, we have so many inhabitants. There are more than 800,000. It is a narrative of the real estate market to change this narrative, because they were unable to build because population were going to the edges. And actually Natal lost some population, but when the neighborhoods where they have more pressure, and they show that when we have larger work, we saw this. But the discussion on management begins in 1980s. The principles of the management brought by the Constitution and formalized in this Statute of the Cities showed that we did this before, at least institutionally, or at least we were thinking about it. Then we established a project of management that previewed this, that probably is not working. We had structure with planning council since the 70s and had a protection system from the municipality focused on the protection of the biomas. that kept through the last revision of the master plan from 22 that I'm going to close. And this is one of the most important things in the, so everything that happens in Natal in the sense of management is taken to the master plan. This is why I bring this discussion. And I'm going to spread it in two parts. The system that we have the design, but it's not how we expected, and some effects of this relationship with the master plan in the second revision. So the system, the management system, until the last review, we have this structure here. The Council of Planning, Science and Technology, Urban Transport, and the city in the center as articulators. So we had this problem. This came to the office of the mayor. So he never built a structure that gave validation to this dynamic. So when we say we need engagement, we need participation, this structure, even seen as validated, needs to be prioritized. We have to foment. Of course, we need to have initiative, engagement, but when we draw and you don't have this strengthening as an illustrative unit to get to education, environmental education, who is going to do this from the system? The relations, and we have to list secretaries that are responsible and the studies, and I'm going to comment on this as well. Everything for the planning, transport, FNC for sanitation, habitation. So these all were aligned with the design of the national secretaries from the Ministry of the Cities that now was reestablished. It is still reorganizing outside from the actions of the secretary, the other actions that are still waiting for it to happen. The last review on the master plan that we have recently, we saw new structures for the system. Because what it shows for the need, the municipality now is going to structure a design that goes beyond this one. Even if the studies, if they were articulated and working, we would be more advanced than this. And I'm going to highlight the committee that elaborates the plan, management plan, that is articulated with the plan. But in reality, on climate emergency, didn't discuss anything, and nothing was said bringing the highlight what we needed, that we needed. What happened here? In the work of these new agents, the possibility of something that were more integrated. What was this that killed more and more this system, and something that gave the significance to the council? The fiscalization of the funds, both for the new and the existing, went out of the structures and eliminates the municipal system that is against everything, the movement in direction of the vulnerable systems and the intersocial ones, as we call here in Brazil, omissions in their relationship with climate change. Don't showing some master plan has 300 articles. It incorporated this system.
A discussão sobre o plano de adaptação climática, que está inclusive mal denominada,
and the free areas and green areas. And it doesn't debate to what in the title of the study of the soil. I've been working with the director, but they incorporate the law of the usage of the soil. It incorporates, and we have several titles. And what happened in the relationship with civil society? even being important, the structure that I believe that a lot of municipalities have, we have the structure of the system with representations with public, economic, with very few or none participation, and we have focus to the social organization and movement and environmentalists. So you don't have space, an open space for any other door for to discuss the problems even related to what was brought here, both for Eduardo and Pliny. So this brings reflexes on the rule.
So how does it happen in practice? They told me that my time is over, but what we have done with time is to have this management system consolidated since the 80s. And for us, we do not want to retrocess. So the plan is the incorporation of the urban systems and the possibility of elaborating new plans for nature-based solutions. Everything is there in the text, but it does not include so it will alter all the environmental protection system with 40 years and the reduction of the environmental protection zones, because we have these micro zones that would reserve as 40% of the municipality. Is not the same as APP. These are fragile areas of the municipality that the municipality itself has the autonomy to protect, identifying what is permanent protection areas and what are environmental protection areas, with less flexible conditions to occupy, different from the, and also make the standards a little bit more flexible for the whole municipality. There are some adjustments depending on the basing. And this is why today in the presentation, I think made in the morning, when we had the overposition and inadequation of the system, this is being increased because it also reduces the protection of social interest areas, which are the special areas of those vulnerable communications. Now I will talk about the landscape on the coast. They deny the erosion process, Venerando showed this very well today, the floods, the mass movements. And in this alteration, you can see on this map part of the central shore that shows this overposition of, is mentioned the interest area for tourist interest, the overposition with the floods, that the master plan itself identified. It identifies that there is this, even though these values can be improved, they are strict ones. There is no sign of monitoring or anything in order to identify the erosive process with times, but there is mapping. Which is done by the municipality. And here you see the inadequation of this overposition, because part of the territory you can build. And here some highlights of what these zones are. Here the whole area with the building potential. Here the risk of floods and coastal erosion. And here all this line that was very much explored by Veneranda. So all this is included in the master plan with no connection with the occupation standards. And here, because here in the center, you have the zones. So in this yellow area here, you have the density zone, many places, potential 5.0, and some highlights for the flooding areas, such as this connection does not exist. Also, the sanitation plan in Natal has shown that permeability of the soil should be maximum 70%. The municipality had 80%, so they increased it. So it was on the opposite direction. And at the same time, they justify the occupation by the project that Natal will be 100% covered with sewage by 132. So from one side, sanitation will help with this, but in other cases, it doesn't. So here you have other overpositions. Sorry, Rita.
Então você vê aqui essa zona
So
costeira.
here you can see this coastal zone. The plan created something that is called a special area, special coastal area. And what is this special area? It's the beach, literally. So it is created there in the mapping, but for the same area there that is regulated by the union, the heritage, we have a law that is waiting there to be voted to provide the municipalities the possibility to negotiate these areas that for now is suspense. But even this is not contemplated in the master plan. It's not vinculated to any other control for the occupation of the coast. So in the proposals for the coast occupation, this is, if you know Natal, you know this part that is the central beach there with Punta Negra. And here there is a control, there is occupation overposed to this special area on the coast. We have this scenario, and this photo is a photo in the low tide. Venerando, I copied this photo, this picture of you, but here I mentioned the source, yes, because this is what really happens. But here in low tide, we had a simulation because of what they are allowing for this area of Natal. They can only build 7 meters, 0.5, or the level of the coast in the other city, which is this. So you can see the conservation area, the conservation unit, which is there that connected, and the perspective of the Morro do Careca, Venerando showed. This is the landscape. And now the master plan allowed 15 meters high from the road. So this landscape will be like that. And all this, they also allowed the multi-property use, multi-family use throughout this road.
Então, passando rápido, na orla central, as situações, venerando
so here the central beach, Venerando showed Ponta do Morcego, which is here, how it used to be before, many environmental fragilities, and the master plan released here, né? Of Forte dos Reis Magos. So they would predict the maintenance of this landscape. It's not only the landscape by the landscape.
Inibir a ocupação.
Inhibit occupation. By inhibiting occupation, you reduce this pressure over the coast, contributing to the control we have today.
Pela nossa inserção recente no Climapolis, estou fechando. Nós estamos pensando, não mostrei
We are
Ponta
now
Negra,
considering, I haven't showed Punta Negra, because it will be our case study, okay? Our experiment. So here in Punta Negra, Morro do Careca, all the occupation of the coast, here a fishing village that is under pressure, and the aerial view.
Então, você tem essa divisão aqui, e você
So you
traz...
see this division here, because the new rules is allowing for it. So for years, until year 22, this area here was, there was a decree established in 79 for the military government that no, the occupations were not allowed in this area, but now we've lost it. And here there will be, it's not a high buildings, but it will be enough to shape, to change the conditions there and the relation to what happened with the coast. In the coastal dimension, erosion, and everything that, and this is going to its opposite direction of what we defined, the plan itself defined in the urban system. So I would like to conclude with that, because we are going to have a discussion with the communities that live here in Montenegro, the fishing communities, and many artisans, and also a pressure from the real estate industry, especially from the hotels. So it is our effort now is to have an immersion with this discussion that we do on the impacts of the norms on these lands, all the discussion that we have had, the advances of the erosion solution for the conflicts, informal conversation, and also the real estate and public sector. And that is worth mentioning that this is a discussion we started in the actions that we started before entering Climapolis. So social movements, including fishermen, articulated actions among all the projects. So here a mosaic of some of the actions that we have done. And this is the reason for us to join Climapolis in this current context. Okay, and take away messages, the discussion on if the use and occupation of soil that contribute to ensure the effectiveness of environmental justice, the advance of this after 34 years of the Constitution, in this revision of the political challenge, the economical challenges that we have had to the access of land, and also breaking the pacts between state and society that were agreed throughout many of the decades that resulted in this for the protection of this urban sector. Natal has many other problems, but this is what we wanted to show because this is the sector that it affects many of the vulnerable places that I wouldn't have time here to show you. Even then, I exceed my time. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Professora Ruth, por trazer contribuições para a discussão da adaptação climática.
Thank you, Professor Ruth, for your contributions and from your reflections and actions on the city of Natal. And I will continue now with our closing table, especially in this case, not less important, Professor Ana Paula Cury. I invite you to the stage for your presentation.
Tá bom, então na mesa. Ela é professora de arquitetura e urbanismo na graduação.
She's a professor of architecture and urbanism, graduation and post-graduation in the Mackenzie Architecture and Urban University. She has a fellow from CNPq, and she has been working in many academic initiatives, including Habitat 3. She is a very active member of committees and researching groups, and she coordinates Itaim Lab Paulista that she had the opportunity to talk about during the event. I imagine that she will talk about it now during her presentation. The floor is yours, Diana.
Bom, muito obrigada. Eu queria começar
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking for your patience to have been here for such an intense program from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. It was a great, the audience is very nice to be here until now. I would like also to thank for the management committee of Climapolis and all the work we've done together in this intense period here. Professor Rita, Professor Judite, Diego, Samantha, Glácia, Prilly, Igor, who is
também se conheceu pessoalmente agora.
Now we had the opportunity to meet in person, right, Igor? And it was a pleasure, Cauã, Arthur, all of our fellows that were here with us these days.
Eu queria contar para vocês como esse
I
seminário.
would like to tell you how this seminar was made.
Acho que esse cenário ele nasce de
I
grupo
think this scenario started with an interlocution from this project and the problems, intellectual problems that the project brought to us in relation to this. And I have had this dialogue, and through these dialogues, we could build other interrelations. So Climapolis project brought this very important interrelation with the science, which was a huge gain for us. Also, a delicious interaction with the research group from Natal, from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, which was a gift to us, and left us with an open question, which is comes to water, which was a field we would like to investigate more, and trying to go a little bit more in the detail that we had we had this conversation, Renato and Marian, Suresh, Balagio, and now answering this water, the Brookkind, which is a team that is connected to International Water Association. We had the pleasure to meet Daniela, who supported us from International Water Association to help us with all this work. So these are the intellectual issues, the concerns that built this network that is now all together here. And I think that backstage of this, there are many, many people who are very rich people, people who have brought us, who have provided us a lot of pressure to relate with. So Climapolis project, when it was taught, it would predict for the construction of 4 axes: urban planning, which was led by Professor Michael Koch, where the relation, long relation with Martin and Catherine, who are here also, stuff also, who is also here from London, and also part of the group. Sorry, Crystal. I forgot to mention you here in this group. And then leading all this urban planning group, Professor Michael brought us Climapolis project. And then Climapolis project had another arm, which would be governance, other branch, let's say. And it was through this branch that we established the partnership with Professor Pedro Jacobi, Eduardo, and all those people that deal with this governance issue. Then, two important. So modeling, the introduction for the issues of the evidence, scientific evidence on planning and adaptation. So this problem, this intellectual problem of Climapolis brought us the need to build this network of researchers and also articulations with other managers, public sector, the community. So the real world lab is or was a methodology that we applied, and I ended up applying in order to build this event. This was the methodology we used in order to prepare this event. And bringing to these discussions, the academic discussions, also local managers, the community. So we had a table that focused on the issues connected to the problems of the community, Comunidade do Torres, their relations with the local governance and the secretariat. We've also had a very nice articulation with the public sector, which is also in the agenda of Climapolis. It started there with the first, before Climapolis, we had established together with the City Hall here in São Paulo in 2016, when Climapolis got into the road, let's say. The road was a little bit more paved, let's say. So part of this event, we had a very nice cooperation with the Climate Secretariat. André and Danilo, they put us in contact with the other secretariats. And then they were in the front. They took the challenge to engage other secretariats because we got there a little bit before the elections, the municipal elections, and with a very modest demand that they would simply name, each secretariat would name four technicians to participate in our seminar with the objective of exchanging experience, perspective, participate on the reports, and to build joint capacity. Us from the point of view of the public sector and
do poder público em relação à perspectiva da academia
and the
e
academy
também da comunidade.
and the community.
Uma trajetória muito
And it was a very nice journey.
interessante.
It was an interesting journey. It was interesting to see all this engagement.
Das eleições municipais.
Even during the municipal elections, these people who were there in charge of the public power, they engaged
Com o nosso problema de
with our
para mim ainda faltam 6.
problem. I have 6 minutes.
Se engajaram o poder público e nessa nossa missão e de fato cumpriram
that mission of ours, and Pedro is here, the president of São Paulo Urbanism, also participated from the activities in the year 2000. Pedro also joined this effort, sent the technicians. So it's important for us to see that in this event, there was an articulation between the secretariats, there was a dialogue. Maybe it was not what we wished for, but there was a very important articulation, a horizontal one among the secretariats, such as the engagement, the exchange, the problems of governance and the scientific problems.
Estava previsto no desenho desse
I
seminário.
think this was contemplated when we planned this seminar, by the conversations we had, what we listened, insights we had in these conversations, where small actions will make a difference in the contribution to our plan. We, just to tell you in advance, we already articulated with the Urban Infrastructure Secretariats to prioritize these infrastructure works, the reports, the health reports for the green areas program, which is something that is not considered for the prioritization of infrastructure work. This is an agenda that we took to this meeting for the Secretariat of Work and Infrastructure. So when we play this role of an agent in a process, we are agents. Now we have some autonomy on it. And finally, I think that considering all this dialogue with the private sector, and the public sector, in the meetings we had, many meetings, let's say, Clima, to prepare this event. Danilo, who was here in the morning, he said, Professor, but your event is wrong. And I said, why? And he said, no, because there is no private sector. And I said, Danilo, that's right. And now, how are we going to do that? He said, no, it's okay. I will help you with that. So we had a table for the real estate. Right? And then in the last day, Judith said, my God, we are not working with the energetic issue. Let's have a table for that. So it was about to be sent to be printed, and I said, just wait a little. We are happy to add another table. And we had a special table for it. We launched the first table also for climate justice. So I think that this unfolding of this meeting, I would like to just to review here a little bit with you what was really nice, very important for everyone. So all these articulations, they were possible thanks to the support of our research networks, the university, and I think it was a very positive result. I hope you, in addition to be tired and impatient, I hope you take learnings from this and also food for thought from this meeting we had. Thank you very much for your engagement, for your availability, for being here, for all the knowledge we exchange. And it is a pleasure to have such partners, such committed partners, so qualified and so nice people. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Obrigado, professora Ana.
Thank you, Professor Ana. So now to continue the tape and the last debate, I will invite all the presenters to take place so we can have at least one round of questions and a debate about this question. Eduardo, Professor Jacobi, Ana is here, and Professor Ruti.
Bom, acho que a gente está bem interessado primeiro, antes de...
I think we are really interested, before saying anything else, my part and Rita as debate, as moderators, if there are questions from the audience, comments, maybe a closing table that we can open and listen from you, some of your reflections. Okay, Daniela?
Obrigada. Bom, dá parabéns para Ana Paula.
Foi congratulations, Ana Paula. Was an incredible event. And even more hearing the description of the stages of planning. Congratulations. The only complaint I have is that the two first presentations gave me and gave and it looks like a complaint. And it was to get from this hope moment as well. Is there today what we had from Natal is
de amigos em outros países, em outras grandes cidades brasileiras, me parece relato meio padrão, né? Muda o cenário.
We have like a standard. We changed the scenario. Porto Alegre don't have other environmental change the scenario. It's always the same. It's always setbacks. The real estate market challenging.
Total disparado, assim,
total of taking care of public service. I believe that till the day the Council of Porto Alegre was created in 2014, and we had three meetings. I still a member of this council, so everything is this. Is there a place in Brazil that shows and is effectively advancing? Someone talking from Timino. And is this the example of Brazil? And if there's any expectations that this positive example
Eu tô tentando ter alguma esperança,
spreads,
só isso.
and I'm trying to look for hope.
Acho que vamos fazer uma rodada de 2, 3 perguntas e aí a gente devolve
Let's
para a mesa.
make a round of 2, 3 questions and come back to the table.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade de estar,
Thank you for the opportunity of being
participando desse evento. Parabéns à
part
mesa.
of this event.
À
Congratulations.
medida que a gente vai
And as we, during the week,
dos
participate
eventos, né,
the events,
minha perspectiva
my
sai
perspective
do negativismo e talvez
leaves the negativism, and we always bringing the issue, the economical issue.
falou em se antecipar.
We talked about anticipating
Se antecipar aos desastres,
in
se
some
antecipar às
moment
questões
to disasters,
estruturantes,
to
né, do
the
mercado.
problems of the
Não nos
market,
anteciparmos ao mercado.
and why not
Exemplo, né,
anticipate
professora
the
conhece
market?
bem, a professora mãe me explicou bem,
We know
questão da
better
mudança energética no Rio Grande do
the
Norte, né,
energetic
também,
change of Rio Grande do Norte
vendida como uma
was sold
coisa muito
as
boa.
something very
apoiando,
nice.
né,
We all
Só que
supported,
à medida que foi feita,
but
foi muito decepcionante.
the way it
Até
was
mesmo para
done
aquela
was very
população carente.
disappointing, even
E eu
for
acho
those
que se a
in
gente
need.
for atrás,
And the
por que que o
focus, if we
econômico
go
vence
after,
sempre? As pessoas estão
why the
preocupadas, né,
economical
grande maior
always
parte,
wins.
com o feijão no arroz.
People are concerned about having food on the table, and we bring things related to the future and next generations. And I believe this connection explains why the market is on the front. We have a policy now on carbon credits that is happening, and how the academia is doing with this lobby. My question is how to anticipate and then to this enemy. And through our conversation, how to anticipate to bring them to our understanding, expanding what we call the converted, expanding what we call society that needs to also be mobilized for this sector that has the money.
Vamos começar?
Bom, obrigado pelas perguntas. Acho que eu vou começar pela última.
Thank you. I will begin
Mais amplo do que a outra.
by the last one, how to have social support, anticipate and bring more people, those who believe in climate policies. I brought something to talk more with the diverse knowledge situations for articulation, and several presentations brought this, and something that is very important, we discussed that a lot, is understand that public policy, it's not environmental, it's well-being related to the future, to the well-being of everyone. I saw in a presentation the biggest magazine they have there, and once they did a research on what for German society is the most important thing, employment, social policies, and climate, as if it's environmental policies. Most people didn't put that because they understand that it's something very specific and separate. It's important to broaden this vision and show people that climate policy, it's much more than environment. On your question, example of Brazil, I don't have that amount, and unless the state of Sao Paulo, because we have this work with USP, but I would say Maricá. I will give the floor to Pedro, who knows, it's a small city in Rio de Janeiro, but has a government, or at least as much as I know, committed to some transformation policies. I don't know how to assess how can be replied, but Pedro, if you can. The first aspect is that always when we are talking about climate, is the continuity of the management. This is the most important thing and contributes. In case of Marica, it's more social than implies in the zero rate. How many city halls can do that if they don't even have money to cover their human resources, dealing with secretaries that work with environment or climate? But even if we heard today from the Secretary of Climate Change, that would be the authority in the municipality of Sao Paulo, but nobody knows that this even exists. And I'm sorry if you're here, but this is a reality. No one knows. It doesn't have any visibility or a space, because maybe we would need a city like Sao Paulo to have a Secretary of Climate Change. And we ask ourselves, why a secretary? Because why it couldn't be articulated with the Secretary of Environment, for example. So these are things that need to be seen. So on regards of the first question, I believe that the dimension that needs to be more and more reinforced and somehow bring me hope is the reflection on the way how we communicate the issue of human rights, bring more discussion, climate discussion in terms of human rights, the dimensions that affect the lives of people. We see who are more affected, and then we see, and we have the climate justice. And if we look for the material that exists, they're not so academic, but they are observatory of the climate, people that talk about climate racism, environmental racism, things that start to arise for initiative of a lot of groups in the periphery that are mobilizing, that are bringing this. The matter of broadening amplitude of our cities is a huge and very complex. We don't have the answer to that. In this sense, I believe to strengthen the local power, strengthening the role, we have to create this synergy with experience of the lab and the real world. I believe this ends up being an element of sensibility. I don't like using the word awareness because I don't know what does that mean, but sensibilization, sometimes we want to say even just solve having disasters for people to notice. We cannot use that because this is very destructive. It's awful. It's horrible. So learning are happening when people have more comprehension of the processes through their subjectivity for what affects. Because obviously we put people in Porto Alegre, when different cities of Rio Grande do Sul are very traumatized when it begins to rain. This is not nice because people are traumatized by wars, bombing. So we still need to bring a reflection that is closer to psychology and the reflection on the amount that is put of we don't know how to deal very well, but it's something that is getting closer and closer to a need of an understanding of subjectivity in a way of getting closer to people. I don't have an answer because we don't have a repertoire. We have the capability of multiplying knowledge and bring this reflection that I understand that is social learning, bringing more experiences on citizenship, and because this citizenship science strengthens the protagonism, and the more and more it gets to the lives of young people, it's an important path for them to be more revolutionary in the, not in the conventional, but is the in the breaking of the status quo in the sense of environment.
Oi, sim. Oi, Daniela, né? Se existe algum
So
caso
if
no
there's
Brasil,
a case in Brazil,
digamos que neste momento eu já fui mais otimista, né? Até para identificar, já tivemos
I
algumas
was more
respostas que nos
optimist in some
animavam,
other
mas a
moments,
gente
and
tem
we
aí
have
uma
some
década, um
responses.
pouco que
But we
fomos
have a
perdendo
decade that
essa
we've been
perspectiva.
losing this perspective.
E quando a gente
And
olha assim, a gente
when
tem,
we
por
look
exemplo, Natal mesmo, tem Natal,
Natal,
tem alguns exemplos
we
que a
have
gente
some
pode espelhar
examples
em
that we
bairros.
can
A gente tem
mirror in
trabalho que
some
ali
neighborhood. We have a work that
fundamentalmente, né,
connects
com algumas
the working
agências
of the community with
internacionais em
some
Maluísa.
agencies
Tem os
international,
processos, né, onde a qualidade de vida,
and
a função
Maluísa, where we
ambiental,
have the
né, a dimensão
environmental
humana, ela é
discussion,
inserida
the
em tudo,
human
na perspectiva
dimension
cultural,
is
inclusive.
included in the
Mas isso é
cultural
muito
perspective,
pontual, tá?
but it's
O que a gente
very
vive
punctual.
hoje, por isso que é difícil identificar,
What we have
existe
now, and it's difficult
uma
to
narrativa
identify,
que se
we have a
intensificou a
narrative
partir de 2018,
that
que ainda
intensified
não conseguimos
from
romper, e depois do que
2018,
acabou de
and we
acontecer
weren't able to
aqui,
break,
né,
and what just happened.
dificilmente
And it's
a
very
gente
difficult to know.
conseguiremos seguir
We will be
acreditando
able
que
to
poderemos
keep
ser mais ágeis, né,
believing that we're
avançar
going to be
mais
more
rápido.
agile.
É provável que enfrentemos
It's
processo
probable
difícil
that
aí
we're going
nesse
to face a
percurso,
difficult
e temos
process
passos
in
para
this
começarmos a dar.
small
Mas
stage,
vamos aguardar, né?
steps
Também
that we
isso
began to
eu me
have.
baseio pelo verbo
Let's wait,
esperançar ainda.
because
Então eu ainda
I'm
sou
based on
otimista
hope.
mostrando,
I'm
né,
still
esse
optimist,
lado, porque está no nosso
showing,
dia a
even
dia,
showing
né,
this, because this
acreditando
is
que
in
isso
our
é possível.
day-to-day
Mas os exemplos desse
reality.
processo
But the
recente
examples of this
revisão do plano
process
diretor, isso
on
pelo
the
que a gente
revision of
acompanhou
the
aqui em
master
São
plan,
Paulo,
for what
tem
we've
acompanhado
seen,
vários, ele vai nesse caminho da flexibilização máxima,
it goes through
tá?
this path
Mesmo que no
of
discurso, né,
flexibilization,
vai, como
even
mostrei,
if the discourse
sinalizando que você vai fazer isso.
showing that you're
Por
going to
exemplo,
do
aqui em
this.
São Paulo, como vimos
Here
hoje
in
à
São
tarde,
Paulo, as we
você
saw
tem,
this
embora
afternoon,
recente, uma secretaria de
even
adaptação,
recent, we have the Secretary of Adaptation
Em
take
Natal,
care
cuidar
of
do
the
clima
climate,
cuidado
and the climate is
na própria
taken
Secretaria
care
de Meio Ambiente e Urbanismo. Mas ele é
in
cuidado de forma
urbanism,
separada.
and is
Se não tivesse
taken
nenhuma
care of
relação com o
separately,
regulamento, e aí vai,
as if it didn't have
que segue,
any
né? E
connection
esse
with
diálogo não
rules.
se
And
encerra
this
porque a
dialogue, it's
gestão
not
do
closed
município é uma gestão mais
because the
à
municipality
direita, mais próxima, porque também o
more
diálogo
left
com
or
o
right,
governo do estado, que é a gestão
because the
costeira,
dialogue
é uma
with
gestão
because the
que deveria ser
coast
articulada,
is a
partilhada, e ela
region
não
where we
acontece,
needed to be
tá?
articulated and
Enquanto
shared.
o ente federativo
As a
nesse
federative
processo, no governo do estado também há uma
situation
opção,
where we have
tá?
in the
E é muito
process
sério
of the state,
o
and
processo
it's
na orla
very
inteira, né?
difficult in
Pelos
the
processos
whole
naturais que o
coast
venerando já
for the
destacou e por esta
processes that
pressão.
we showed and this
Então,
pressure.
é pouco difícil, não tem
And
caso
it's a
assim. No
bit
espelho
difficult to have a case like this.
Natal é
This mirror
diferente
is
Fortaleza,
Natal
mas o
is
espelho
totally
Fortaleza
different
fez e
from
deu certo. Não deu
Fortaleza.
certo, porque quem mora
Fortaleza
lá
did,
sabe que não deu, que
and
faz o mesmo olhar. Então,
they
essa
know
perspectiva.
they do the same. This is the
A gente já
perspective.
teve algumas cidades, né, que
We
aplicaram,
saw some cities that applied
perseguindo o que a Constituição
following
estabelece, cumprimento
what
da
the
função social
Constitution
da
established,
propriedade da cidade,
complementing the
aplicar
property
alguns
and the
instrumentos e
city,
melhorar
applying
alguns
some
setores,
instruments, improving
mas
some
na maioria
sectors.
dos municípios brasileiros não.
Most
Então,
municipalities no.
neste caso, eu acho que a gente
So
tem
in
que
this
continuar perseguindo.
case,
Jean,
Jean,
os setores, nesse
the
contexto aqui, o que é que acontece?
in this context, what happens? Governance is done
com os setores
in
imobiliários,
alliance
os
with
agentes
real
econômicos.
estate,
Então,
with
quanto a
economical
isso, com alguma
agents.
exceção,
So in
claro
this
que não
regard,
são
with some
todos,
exceptions, of course, it's not
né? Mas
all,
são seus organismos, as
but
suas
it's their
estruturas, que ali
organisms,
se
their
fazem representar.
structures, and they are
Como eu
represented
trouxe
there.
a discussão do
When I
sistema de
brought the
gestão, por
discussion
exemplo,
of
e
the
a gente poderia dizer,
management
Natal
system,
tem um sistema de
that we
gestão
can
há
say,
mais de
oh,
10
Natal
décadas,
has
poderia
management system that we have all this situation and all this, they have all these rules, but the representation is 80% of the segments. And when they're not, the representation of the Geographical Institute who represent a determined professional related to the real estate market. So when we look at this, you have a disproportion that is huge. And as much as the other, even they have legitimacy for all of that. We all have. But this profession of the city in the world, not only Natal, not only Brazil, in this way of production, relationships are this. So that is why I believe that, yes, we have to be autonomous of our participative processes, create our own strategies with social movement, being in neighborhoods, with some professionals wherever we can. I am architect, but I'm related to the Institute of Architects. During years, this history of consolidation, we built as Institute of Architects of Brazil. This was an entity that protagonized this debate. Today is the other way around. So we have another process, and this is happening in many places. So anticipate, it's going to be more difficult. Being able to get together, establish moments, we have to bridges. We need to go after these bridges, of course. We have some representatives of the hotel sector. They are very careful with the cost, but it's not all of them on their spaces of representation. So in some, they arrive, and we have to follow the construction of bridges, and also as part of what we call the academia. This is my place, and my place within the academia, and establish this mediation. And as much as possible, with our knowledge, learning from these popular segments. In the case of the coast, is very dramatic, and they lost, and there's no place to look for a boat. And because this happens, they don't even have where to stay, because when we are in debates, Natal has a setting that is different from Fortaleza and Maceió. So we don't have sand strap. Even though, for those who discuss, and if it works, it could work there, it's going to work here. So we're saying how it's going to work. So I believe we need to trust. Difficult to get there, but look for bridges. Yes, this is what we need to do. And maybe in the perspective of ASG, and we have our own paths, and the real estate market is using it, maybe we can build some bridges. Thank you.
Acho que é preciso explicar,
think that we need to explain. It's not possible for us to be on the other side. It's important. And it's important to have subjectivity, but it's important to explain. I follow myself by a theoretical, Caio Jr. He says nothing is more, is a false perspective, theoretical perspective. So it is important, we in the planning culture, everything we live today, the difficulty of adaptation, the lack of planning, effective, it is part of a legacy, of a culture. This explains through two stereotypes. The first is technocratic. Were launched in the 70s within the system authoritarian. So, and very worked, the redemocratization of the 80s adds a second perspective, a second stereotype, that is the participation, popular participation. It is opposed to the planning. This creates for us an opposition an understanding of social control and against the state. So this builds a culture, planning culture, what is very difficult to build dialogue and democracy. The perspective of the lab, the instruments of co-design, production and co-assessment of the city, and a lot of perspectivism can be an instrument, a device to face the absence of a democratic culture that understands that even within the hegemonies of the state, there is the possibility of building new hegemonies and new understandings. So I base myself in deconstructing this culture, these two stereotypes. Of course, there are stereotypes, but just for us to understand and be able to build dialogue, for us to have a planning that works, connect, and be able to respond to the challenges that are more and more complex, which is what we have up front. So we have to explain. I'm looking at your faces. I don't know if we have any energy left. Anyone who would like to say anything else? Questions?
Just 1 second, the mic is on the way. Yeah, but it's translation.
Excellent, even marvelous talks. I enjoyed it entirely. One more quick comment. We discussed and touched based on a range of topics around climate adaptation and urban environment. We talked about the excessive water, excessive temperature, flooding, touch based on water quality, economic, finance aspect, governance, a lot, planning. I think one was the only item was missing, and in the UK we hear quite a lot of conversations of this one come along, is around the concept of biodiversity and ecosystem. I'm an engineer. I'm not a biodiversity expert or an ecologist, but possibly in this round of conversations, presence of ecologists, biodiversity experts is very important. Brazil has a very rich environment in terms of different types of species and biodiversity. Possibly this is another thing that lots of paradoxes and trade-offs discussed. Include them in these conversations also will be invaluable moving forward. Was it quick enough? Thank you.
Vamos. Alguma reação?
Não, só uma última palavra, muito rápido, para terminar talvez com esperança. Eu sempre lembro da frase do Gramsci que é importante, o pessimismo do intelecto e o otimismo da vontade. Então, assim, apesar da situação ser sempre muito difícil, a normalização do pânico e do apocalipse também não ajuda. Então, assim,
the panic and apocalyptic view, find a way to navigate this world of problems. I always use this sentence to inspire myself. So on this note, I would like to ask the authority to thank some people, just complimenting what Anna said, in someone who were here, Daniela, Camila, the translator. They didn't miss a session. They were with us in 7 years of Climapolis, people in Mackenzie. Because of them, we were able to have the transmission and the recording. Giovanetti and Fabi, here from the administration of Mackenzie. And lastly, I believe on a note and organization, Samantha, that work a lot, Rita. We would like to thank Anna.
Todo mundo que conhece a Ana sabe o tamanho do coração que ela tem. Acho que a história dela ilustrou muito bem que ela não deixa ninguém para trás.
And it showed that she is going to go, she's going to make things happen, and the way she do this, she's finding the gaps on the system, and so we'd like to a round of applause for Anna, who made this possible.
Muito obrigado, Ana, muito obrigado. E agora a parte não tanto oficial, quem quiser continuar celebrando conosco.
And then not that official, we have a picture, official picture, and then we're going to
Todo mundo aqui na frente.
spend some time together.
Ótima semana. Ótima semana. Obrigado, querida. Justíssima homenagem. Maravilhosa. Obrigado por isso.